Hello everyone and welcome to Laurence Plays Satisfactory, because it's Wednesday and that train's gone through the wrong station as per usual. I'm not quite sure what's going on down there. Anyway, yes, welcome to Laurence Plays Satisfactory. So we've been last week I built up this area over here which is making the supercomputers. So we've got computers. Are we making computers up here? Yes, I think that machine, those two machines over there are making computers because we weren't making them quickly enough. So they're bringing them over to this machine here, which is then combining them with more circuit board. No, sorry, to this machine over here, which is combining them with something else. I can't remember what. Let's have a quick look. It's combining the supercomputers with adaptive control units that are coming from way downstairs, much further down in this system, and they're being turned into the these things, the assembly director systems. And I need 4,000 of these, and so far we've made 7. So it might take a little while to produce all of those. So we'll leave this machine running away merrily over here and trying to produce them. Now, are you short of inputs? No, you're not. You've got plenty of inputs. You're just a slow machine. That's absolutely fine. I could give it some power slug power to boost it a little bit, but to be honest, I think I'm probably okay with this being a little bit slow, because yes, I am going to need 4,000 of them, but I'm not going to need them for quite a while, because there's 3 other things in phase 4 that I need to complete before I can complete it and take everything over to the space elevator over there. So yes, hello Mark, hello Tristan, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. And so I think I'm going to be basically carrying on, although there's a few things I wanted to poke around at first. So notably over here we're making AI limiters, and I remember that was a component that I was going to need for one of these things up here, probably the next one on the list. I imagine probably that one, but there were some issues with actually making things. I need to go and do some more research. Yes, I have indeed got a hover pack. It is very nice. The only problem, my only criticism of it, is that if you need to switch between the hover pack and the jetpack whenever you leave your factory, because you see that sort of swirly thing in the bottom, the thing that's rotating in the bottom left corner. That's how much power I have in my hover pack, and if I move away from my factory, you can see it drops off quite quickly, because it's based on how close I am to the nearest pylon, because it's powered wirelessly from pylons, which is neat. It means I don't have to worry about power, except that it also means that I have to switch over to the jetpack if I want to move further away. That said, I'm sure it's going to be extremely useful, and I'm going to have a lot of fun with it. At least when I remember to use it. I do still have the jetpack. I just need to switch over manually when I want to use the other piece of equipment. So let's have a look in here. See what else I can make out of that list of things up there. So we've got the assembly director system. That's what we're making at the moment. And I don't think I've got any of the other things that are on the list up here. So that sort of, I don't know, it looks like some sort of plasma thing. I don't seem to have. The thing that looks like an engine, I don't seem to have, and the thing that looks like a blue sphere in a cube, I don't seem to have. So I think I'm going to need to do more research before I can do any of this stuff. But that's okay. That means I can just leave this assembly director system production running, and it doesn't matter that it produces them fairly slowly, because it's just going to have to. It can take its time over it. Now, where's my? So my next question is, where's my escape route? because I need to get back over there to investigate more research that I can do. So somewhere down here, there is supposed to be a vacuum. Oh, there it is. There's the vacuum tube. It was hidden under something. It was hidden under things. So I can jump into here, go flying off down the tube, back over to the primary base. And so I'm going to have a look into doing research over here, because I need to do quite a lot of that in order to unlock all the extra things that I'm going to need for phase 4. So if we have a look in here, well, I could unlock the hazmat suit. That would be relatively sensible to do, I think, because, well, it's going to allow me to then presumably get close to radiation stuff. Yes, it is. Yeah, the zaps to tell you where your power's coming from is quite nice. However, I'm going to need another 50 gas filters for that, which is going to require a load of fabric, and I don't have very much fabric. So let's just ignore that one for now. We'll come back to it. Nuclear magnetic field generator. That's the second thing I need for the phase 4. So we're going to need to do this one. This is all mostly stuff I can get hold of. I need to go back over to the other place to get the supercomputers, but that's okay. We can get those. Those are being made. These things are being made in huge numbers. Yeah, this is all fine. I can do that. Advanced aluminium production. Again, all fine. I'll need to go and get the radio control units, but I made those 3 weeks ago, I think, maybe 2 weeks ago. A load of alclad as well, that's fine, and copper wire, but again, that's fine too. These things, I haven't got those yet. Fused modular frames, where did they come from? Are they in here? Yes, okay, so I need to do advanced aluminium production before I can do leading edge production. Fine. And then particle enrichment, again, that's all really, really expensive and difficult stuff I haven't got yet. So I can pick off nuclear power and advanced aluminium production quite easily. Let's do the advanced aluminium production first. Because it's fairly expensive, but it's lots of stuff that I've got and can easily deal with. So dump that in there, that in there, that in there, that in there. Right, so we now have a list up here of all the things I need to finish it off. So I'm going to need an enormous quantity of wire, but we should have an enormous quantity of wire over in here. So it's 3,000, you say? Well, that's not too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's going to leave me with a load afterwards as well, which is nice. So I can put all of this in here, like that. There we go, boom. And now I need to go and get some more alclad and some more and some radio control units. And those are all being produced in. Hang on, I've got a more fun way for getting around than this. Let's come up here. Oh, this feels relatively slow compared to the jetpack. So if I come up here, I can now go into my big gun thing, and oh, actually, I should be wearing my other thing. I should be wearing my jetpack for this. No, not here, not here. It's this one. Yes, over here. This is where I want to go. And so if I go to this station down here, drop in here, I can pick up the alclad I need, and I need 200 of them. It'll be fine. And then I need the radio control units. They're around here somewhere as well. I should switch to my other suit. It's because there's probably enough power around here. Yeah, seems alright. So the radio control units I think are being made in that machine there. So I can grab them out of there, and that's nice and easy. I can do this no problem. You give me 50 radio control units. Perfect. Now, should I put a box to export these into? I probably should, because I don't know how many of these I'm going to need in the future, and if I suddenly need 2,000 of them, or if I need 300 of them, or something like that, then storing them 50 at a time is going to feel awfully silly, and I'm going to wish that I'd done this much sooner. So we'll do this now, because no time like the present. Put a belt through there like that, and now we're going to get, instead of storing one stack, we're going to store that many stacks instead, which is more, as you can clearly see. Land. There we go. And now I can use the air gun to go. Oh yeah, that suit, please. Fly all the way back over again. This is, yeah, I have to admit, Max was right. This is a much better way to get around than the vacuum tubes. At least when you've got the infrastructure set up correctly. It requires a little bit more effort, but it is faster. Right. All of that. All of that. And there we go. Big red button. Boop. Whoosh. Ooh. Aluminium. Silly game. Okay, so that's more stuff to play with. We've got the tier 8. We've got the advanced aluminium production. So that's going to a resource well pressurizer, as it says. So we can presumably that'll allow us to get more oil out of an oil thing, and also other stuff as well. Well, maybe not. We can scan for water wells, crude oil wells, and nitrogen gas wells. That's interesting. Packaged nitrogen gas, can make heat sinks, lovely. Cooling systems, I saw those somewhere else. And fused modular frames. So what goes into that? Not going to tell me. Doesn't really matter. I can also now say I want to select the milestone for leading edge production, because that's probably the next one to do. I'll get me Mark 3 miners, that'll be quite nice. And 2 out of these 3 things I can already do. There's just this one, which is, okay, the reinforced frames and aluminium doobaries. Oh, I need to produce the is that alumina? Whatever that fluid is. I need to supply that as well. That's going to be awkward because I'm producing that as part of the aluminium production. Oh, well, let's select this one anyway because this is the next one I'm going to do. Right, so let's have a look at that in the Ujima. What's it, Tron? So down here, yes, fused modular frames. Yeah, that was oh no, nitrogen gas. Oh, okay, that's different. I thought that was, well, because it was a silvery grey, gassy, metally, goodness knows fluidy thing. I thought maybe that was something else, but it's not. So aluminium casings. We are certainly making aluminium. We have aluminium ingots on the train system, so I can call those in. Heavy modular frames do require a certain amount of building. In fact, they require quite a lot of building. So it's concrete and steel and iron, and probably not, maybe not anything else. Okay, I'll make those on site for these then, because I think having a sub factory to make these is probably going to be the way forwards. And then we've also got to worry about cooling systems, which take heat sinks, because of course they do. Heat sinks take lots and lots of copper, yeah. And alclad, that's okay. I can bring both of those into a place, or make them where I'm already making the aluminium. That's not a problem. Cooling systems then require that and rubber, which is on the train system, so I can get that. Water is in fact water, so I'll need to find. It needs to be somewhere where there's a supply of water available, and somewhere where, and I also need to have nitrogen gas available. So we'll need to get some of that. Now I suspect I'm probably going to end up transporting nitrogen around in fluid tanks, so we can use a packager to put nitrogen into empty fluid tanks to transport it. Although that said, I do have fluid trains, so maybe that would be the way to do it. Fluid trains does sound more interesting, to be honest. We'll probably do it with fluid trains because I've not used them yet. So that will allow me to make so heat sinks pretty easy. Cooling systems, they're not too bad. I might end up having to train water around because water isn't quite as common in this game as it is in Factorio. So the chances are. Wherever I end up building this factory is not going to be near water, or at least not conveniently near water, unless I try very, very hard to specifically put it by water. Like if I put it over here in the plastic area, then yeah, okay, it could be, but that feels like a bit of an effort. So, okay, that's quite a lot. That's quite a lot to think about, quite a lot of stuff to do. But in the meantime, while I'm letting that sink in a little bit, let's go and have a look at the MAM and try and think about more research stuff I can do. If I can find it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I seem to be jumping higher than I used to. Oh yeah, that's the exoskeleton leg things. So over here, I kind of want to... Oh, we've done an analysis. Alternate heavy frame. Ah, this could be quite nice. So the current recipe... So the new recipe is modular frames, concrete beams, steel pipe and concrete. Okay. The current recipe is fewer modular frames, fewer steel pipes, encased beams, and a huge quantity of screws. I don't think that's worth it because we've got all the because I think it's going to be easier to make iron into 100 screws than it is to make iron into 3 modular frames and make an additional 21 steel pipes. The concrete and bringing concrete instead of I don't like that recipe. This one, purified copper. I don't care. I don't want to bring in water just to get an extra. It does multiply the amount of copper I get by 2.5 times, which is not insignificant. But I also don't really care. I don't have a shortage of copper particularly. Over here, heavy oil residue. I don't care about that either. But let's not have any of those. We'll rescan the hard drive at some point. So Caterium, I want to do some of these researches to get all of these juicy things down here, like the smart splitter. So that's going to require me to have those AI limiters, which I've now got. I've started making those, so we can get that one. We can get this one similarly. That'd be quite easy. Supercomputer we've already got. I don't know why it's giving me that as an extra one I can have as an option. Sounds like you haven't got it full screen, Tiger. Although that's a bit of a guess, I admit. Those are PowerPole Mark 3s. That sounds worth having. I can do that one. I've got the connectors. I don't know why they're there as well. And we've got priority power switch. Interesting. And bullet guidance system. Homing rifle ammo. That sounds entertaining. And a programmable splitter and a smart splitter. I'm not sure what the difference between those two is, but let's try and get them both. So a lot of this comes from over where I'm doing all the computer stuff. So let's head back over there and set up a new MAM and just start playing with things over there. So if I come back over here again, and we do this, and I only want to go as... Could I have some more jetpack fuel, please? I seem to have a shortage of it. Not while I'm in the air, clearly. So a nice gentle touchdown over here. Right. So I need to chuck in a MAM over here somewhere. Let's put it... There's a gap here. Let's put it in here. So I want a special MAM. MAM goes whoop, here. Boink, like that. Lovely. And then I wanted... what are you? No, not you. I think I might want the supercomputers for something. I also definitely want the AI limiters. Right. Caterium. I would like to buy some of your finest nonsense. Oh, I need those smart connectors. That's what they're called. Those things. So if I look in here, I can take some high-speed connectors. I take it back. Right. Down here. I would like to purchase your PowerPole 3s. That's nice. That's nice and quick and easy. Thank you. I'll have that. I'll have the power switch because it's there. I don't feel quite so much of a need for the power switch, although it could be useful for turning off something that's using too much power, perhaps. We'll have the smart splitters as well. I guess I need to unlock this one because I need some Caterium wire. I have a lot of Caterium. I have Caterium being brought up here. Is it being made into wire? I thought I had Caterium being brought up here. And I didn't. Yeah, there it is. And I don't think Caterium gets used for anything other than wire. Where did it go? It goes over. Oh, there's some. There it is, I think. Yes, Caterium wire. Here we go. So give me your gold wire. I'll let it fill up actually, and then I'll see a little. Yoink. There we go. And then over here, I will take another 500 of it from there. Lovely. Why are you not running? Oh, you are running. Okay, that's fine. You're running as well. That's good. Right, so over here. Access the MAM from the back. That's fine. So we'll take that one. I'm not sure why I need to unlock that one again, but I will anyway, just because I feel like for the sake of completeness, I guess. Same with this one, but I need more AI limiters and more computers. Okay. Where are my AI limiters going? Right, well, there's only 7 computers. Not quite as many of those as I was hoping for. That's adaptive control unit. Oh, no, sorry, no, it's this one over here. This is the one that makes the AI limiters. So we'll take those. Back over here. Caterium, I would like to research. So what was it? It was going to ask. That's good. Oh, I still need a few more computers. Because now I can't, even though I've researched computers, the other supercomputers the other way, and I'm making them, I still have to research them through the MAM as well, apparently, in order to unlock programmable splitters and geothermal generators. Ooh, geothermal generators, nice. However, while I'm at it, I might as well pick up priority power switches. And I could get homing rifle ammo, but I haven't got enough normal rifle ammo to get that. And to be honest, aiming the rifle, not that hard. I could get stun rebar, but I don't want to. Mycelia, that's bombs and fabrics and synthetic polyester. Oh, okay, so that gets you... Okay, so it costs fabric and polymer resin to get fabric. I think I've already got fabric. What's this one? Hand equipment slot. I need a load of fabric for that. Parachute, need a load of fabric for that. Poison gas, bomb, presumably, can't afford. What are you locked by? Medical properties, maybe. The one I'm particularly interested in, though, is the quartz ones. I guess shatter rebar I don't care about. Crystal oscillator, well, I've already got that. Inflated pocket dimension, that's not... Oh, that'd be useful. Extra inventory space, yeah. Explorer quad bike thing would be very nice. Yeah, this whole area down here seems very worth going after. And this is all quartz based, so let's pull this back up again. And head over to... no, go away. Right, and head over to... Oh, it's all the way over there. This is going to be a long flight. I guess the way to do it is to go over to that one and then ride the pipe. I don't think there's a good way to get over there, so I'm going to have to take a slightly convoluted route, I'm afraid. But come over here. Plunge into this pipe, and that'll take me over to the quartz area that I made. Ooh. I don't know how many weeks ago that... Well, actually, it won't. It'll take me over to the copper processing area. But from here, I can not have as much speed. I was hoping to carry a little bit more speed than that. I go up here. This area up here is Oh no! I ran out of fuel. Ow. Fine. Give me the other pack. It's not quite as quick, but it doesn't run out of fuel as long as you stay close to your base. Right, so over here, have I built a MAM over here yet? I don't seem to have done. Okay, well we'll stick one in out back over here. I say don't seem to have done just yet, as if I leave them all in. I've demonstrated that's blatantly not true. So we'll put that there, and it was the I needed the quartz to be in a specific form for all of this stuff to work. So I need that one, which is quartz crystal, which is not the same as quartz rock. That quartz rock stuff. I imagine, yes, there we go. Quartz crystal is going into this machine here. If we have a look in there, there we go. There's 200 of it. And I'm going to research crystal oscillators again, even though I've picked them up from somewhere else. But, oh, computers. Lots of computers. Lovely. Where do they go? They go over here and get fed into this machine. So I can take... Yes, I'll have those. Thank you very much. One of my power storage supplies. Oh. Uh-oh. How draining. You. How are you doing? Right. Okay. That's a problem. We have a crisis. We need more power production. Let's do this research first, because otherwise I'll forget. But still, that's a problem. I've obviously put in so many machines last time without really keeping an eye on it that now we're now we're short of power. That's a problem. I'll pick that one up. Yeah. Fine. Criterium. I also wanted to have supercomputers. Oh, I've spent too many of my high-speed connectors. All right, never mind. We'll go and think about power generation. Actually, let's go first. I've got the wrong... no! Help! Oh, phew, that was lucky. I thought I was in trouble there. Oh, I am in trouble. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I've got power. Right. So, yes, I'm very, very short of electricity. So, I think... Let's go and make sure that let's go and turn off the ticket machine first, because that takes a lot of power. And if I turn that one off, then hopefully it'll save enough that I'll then be able to I'll be okay and have a little bit of time to go out and sort things out. So I turn you off like that, because that uses a lot of power. Now if I come back over to here, how are we doing? It's at 30%. No, it's still discharging. We've got we've got 20 minutes, 27 minutes, 31 minutes. That number's going up, so whatever is using power is clearly using less of it. What else can I turn off? What could we just... I suppose this is why you have the this is why you might want the option to shut things down. Can I turn this off? No, it doesn't seem to use any power anyway. This is why you might want to have a smart switch to just turn off a chunk of your factory. Oh, I have now researched those, actually. How difficult are they to make? Power switch. That's a chonking great switch. What do I have in a place where I can just turn it off like a light switch? Probably that factory system over there. I'm spending so much time thinking about what I want to power down that I'm just not doing anything. So instead let's go off and let's go over and set up some more power. Let's go and set up some more coal burning instead. So power. I want to have. Actually, no, we're going to have fuel generators, won't we? Let's see if I've got enough stuff to build 3 of those. So I need more motors and I need more reinforced iron plates. If I can get this stuff together, then I might be able to head back over to the plastic production area, put in some more fuel generators. Of course, it is entirely possible that the reason we're short of power is because those have kicked out and we're not producing enough the fuel fast enough. That's a possibility and one I should seriously consider. Let's take there we go. So we've got some of those. How far do you reckon I can get towards the plastic processing over there, over yonder? Well, there's the train for it. Let's try, see how far I get, and probably end up having to wait for the train anyway. Oh, or alternatively, I'll just fly straight into the side of the space elevator and get stuck. That's fine too, I suppose. Right, let's try that again with a bit less fail. Let's get stuck on another pylon. Right, let us try this again. No, don't jump over it, you muppet. Oh, why is this difficult? Ah. Right, take 3, action. No, he's... Oh, of course, so I've got the Blade Runner, so now if I try and do a runny, jumpy thing, he goes further than he would before. Right, so I want to go this way. Yeah, this is further than I really bargained for. So I'm trying to get all the way over to there. And I've burnt through 2/3 of my fuel already. I just said it's not doing too badly. Got some speed. We'll have to touch down now. Whoa! That was a fail. Ow! That was a massive fail. Although I have found another thing that I could steal a hard drive from. Right, let's have a snack because that was not a good not a good plan. Did not go as intended. More snacks. No, not F. E. Yeah. No. Ah! I can't use this game. How does this user interface work? E. There we go. Oh, that's an enemy. I don't want to go don't want to go that way. Not in my fragile condition. Right. So this is where I'm trying to get to over here, and I can potentially put in some more fuel refineries over here, and maybe if I'm really lucky, there'll be enough fuel coming out to satiate it. Or it could just be that we've burned through all the fuel that was in these tanks here. Yes, and that's why we're short of. That's probably why we're short of fuel. Because notice over here, short of electricity. Notice over here that only 2 of, sometimes 3 of these generators over here are actually working. So it's not a. So it looks like it isn't a. Yes, definitely emotional. I've just been hurt, and therefore I didn't want to get hurt again. Right. So yeah, these are not running as much as I would like them to because of the shortage of fuel over here, and that's probably why I'm short of electricity. Let's have a look at you. What do you have to say for yourself? 24%, still going down. Production is, well, I guess production and consumption are tracking each other along here. No, they shouldn't be. Oh, that's my power generation capacity, and that's what my yeah. See, that's going up and down a little bit as presumably as the fuel kicks in and out over there. Okay, so it looks like I'm going to have to head back from here, back to the main part of the factory. How do I get up there? There are ladders of doom. I guess I'll have to use the ladder of doom. So yeah, so I guess I have to head back over to the main factory and go off and increase the amount of coal burning I'm doing to generate power. Now we are very close to generating geothermal and nuclear, so perhaps I don't need to increase it by quite as much as I otherwise would. And I notice I've just missed the train, which is unfortunate. I'll take a few more fuel cells, few more rocket fuels, no, jetpack fuels while I'm around here. But I said I'll take a few more jetpack fuel. There we go. While I'm around here. Right, from this end, I think I'm going to have to wait for the train to come back and catch a ride on that. But at least with all the stuff I've picked up, hopefully I've got all the right bits and pieces to make some more coal burners. We'll check that while we're waiting. So, actually, not going to make fuel generators. Going to make coal generators. And I need a lot more cable, a lot more rotors, and more reinforced iron plates. So, despite my hopes, looks like I don't actually have everything I was going to need for this. But it's going to be a wee bit more complicated than I thought. But that's okay, because I'm going back via the main base, and so I can pick up more stuff. Now, also, it's possible the reason I've not got enough things is because I tripped double the number I was going to. No, it's just more expensive, or just no, differently expensive. Sorry, it takes very, very different parts to put into it. Train, please. I could make a locomotive here, I suppose, and then ride it. That might be quicker. Let's do that. Transport. Hey, oh, I've got drones now. Nice. So I could have them transporting stuff around, but you know how I feel about bots. Alright, let's put you there. Let's get in the locomotive. And yeah, there we go, we'll just go like this. Now hopefully the other train hasn't got onto the sort of the single track rep bit of this yet, because in theory I might plough straight into the front of it. Now I don't think that matters too much in Satisfactory. Not as much as it matters in Factorio. We're not going to get the sort of the traditional K2SE intro video of Mike driving into everyone else's trains. But I'd still rather not hit it if I can avoid it. But it looks like we're going to be okay. Hello, Persistent. Welcome. And thanks for the resub from on Monday. Sorry I didn't notice at the time, but I am unobservant. Or rather, I was probably distracted by trying to interburbulate as hard as I could. Right, so if I just come around here, that should stay left, and yes, there we go. We're on the correct side of the rail. So I can head down here now, and the other train isn't anywhere near, so things seem to have gone fine. Welcome to Laurence is trying to frenziedly build up a power station as quickly as possible because he doesn't have any electricity available. Oh, hey, regular. I didn't see you come in. Whee! Downhill bit. Alright, so at some point along here I should probably put the brakes on so I don't go charging out into the middle of everything and just get in and have an accident with another train. I always... Horrifies is too strong a word. It always surprises me a bit how long it takes a train to stop in this game. And I know this is a sort of a realism thing because, you know, trains are big, heavy, and difficult to change speed, direction, or anything like that. But it still surprises me every time. Lurking, tut tut. Research braking force. Yes, that would be nice. That is clearly exactly what I need. What's in the boxes? Nothing. This box. What's in this box? There we go. That's what I wanted. How many of these do I need? Okay, that's enough. Let's take another stack anyway, just in case. Rotors. You guys are rotors. I'm getting good at jumping. So we'll have a stack of them. Good, that's that. And then reinforced iron plates. Those are up here. We grabbed some of those earlier. I didn't grab enough because I wasn't expecting them. Yeah, what can I say? I like blue. Right, so now I need to get over to the coal generation area. This is a place that it's probably too far to use the air cannons because I don't think I'll get enough speed to get there. So instead, we're going to use the traditional method of going by vacuum tube. So I'll drop into this one. This will take me over to... I've taken the wrong vacuum tube. We'll go back along the vacuum tube. Pink and white. That seems very you. And also quite garish. Yeah, the blue colour scheme felt right to me. So yeah, the vacuum tube I actually want is this one. More nuts. There we go. Grab some more nuts. Having eaten most of my supply of them earlier. So we now have a rather long ride. It's going to take a moment or two, but eventually I will get over to the power generation area and I can put in some more production over there. Now my concern is whether I've got enough supply to satiate additional production. Oh, and also whether I've got the bits and pieces I need to build the pumps. I forgot about that. Yeah. Whether we're going to have enough water over there. So I guess that's something to check. But we'll get out there. We'll build up as much as we can and see how things go. Slowly up the hill. It's amazing how much difference going uphill makes when you're in a vacuum tube. I don't know if that's what I'd expect or not, to be honest. Maybe I should hang these tubes underneath the railway lines. Would that be better? I'm not sure. To be honest, half my transport is done by vacuum tube cannon these days, because that's to be fair, it is significantly quicker and easier and more wonderfully ridiculous. So I quite like it. Knowing Astrid, I suspect it's probably going to be extremely hot pink, very very loud pink, the loudest pink that ever louded. No, put the nuts away. There we go. Right, let's change hover pack to that one. There we go. Because now I can just do this and I can build stuff from up here, and it's going to be so much easier than trying to do it from ground level. Yes, just from here, like so. Do that. I'm also going to need some more scaffolding. There's one of those balloon animals down there. They get everywhere. No, can we have the zoop mode on, please? There we go. That's better. So I can zoop to there. Zoopy zoop, zoopa zoop, zoopa doopa doop, and zoop. I don't know why there isn't scaffolding along here. There clearly should be, because it looks wrong without it. Oh, it looks wrong with it as well. Let's get rid of that bit on the end. There we go. The pipe has to go somewhere. That's one of the rules. Okay, so the next thing to do is to think about ratios. So over here we have two pipes, each with 3 pumps, each feeding, if I remember correctly, 6 power generators. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. So up here I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I need a new pipe for all these new ones that I'm putting in. Welcome to Counting with Laurence. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Oh, I nearly ran out of airborne. So I don't want that anymore. Over here, first question is, can this belt supply all of these? Answer is probably. So we'll just assume it can for now, and go along here and put in these like this. And then hat them all like Canhas hat. You've hat. Thank you. Hat. Oh, I'm running out of iron. I've run out of iron plates. That is not what I was expecting to run out of. Okay, well let's see if we can put the pumps. Let's see how far we can. What are you doing? Don't do that. Let's see if we can get the pumps in as well. See how far we can get before we actually run out of everything. Because I'm going to want to put in some more of these bunnies. No, not power lines. These water extractors. Oh, too close. So put one there. One. Whoop. How close can I put them? There. One there. And then I'm going to need to put a pump in, and it needs to be down here somewhere. Okay, good. There's a bit of area down there. I can build some foundation out from there. So put in a piece of foundation like this. And then I think, do I do the pipe first? I think I do the pipe first. Let's find out. So I want to do, what's that? That's logistics. I want to put in a pipeline. Oh, let's go for Mark II. I can't remember what I'm supposed to use for this anymore. So put a pipe across there. We'll put a. Oh, I've run out. Yeah, that's an iron plate problem as well. Okay, but you're a pipeline Mark I though, so I could. So with a pipeline Mark, if I upgraded to a pipeline Mark II, that's 600 meters cubed of fluid. That's 300 meters cubed of fluid. So actually, if I go to that one that goes up top side and turn all of this into pipeline 2, oh, I'd have to put more pumps in as well. So I'm gonna need the same number of pumps anyway. It's just about whether I how many pipes I run. So given that, I think I'll just run an additional pipeline from over. Actually, let's put in 6 pumps over there. So we've got enough pipe work. Then we can feed the water all the way along the whole lot. And then from there, next time we'll have an additional pipe available for the 3rd floor of power generation. So I think at this point I am going to. No, actually no. I can still put in my my pipes, can't I? So I want the pipeline junction cross. Come on, move faster. There we go. Pipeline junction cross goes there horizontally, like that. Then if I do this, well, okay, it's pipeline mark 1, pipeline mark 2. Oh, and that's what I've run out of money for. Oh no. Oh, I see. I need the iron plates for making the pipes that go the supports for the pipes. Now here's a thought. What if I just steal all of this foundation? Because this is made of iron, and then I can replace it with concrete foundation because that's what I use these days. So it won't be ridiculous. I'm just borrowing. I'm just taking it away. I will put it back in a moment. In fact, you know what? Let's do this the quick and easy way and try not to pick up any of the power generation stuff. There we go. So pull all of that out, and then I can switch that out for this sort of foundation, like that. And then yeah, the machines won't fall. They won't fall out if they won't fall down if I pull the stuff out and then replace it really really quickly, like pulling a tablecloth. It'll be fine. Nothing. You never saw nothing, right? And this saves me having to go all the way back to my main base and gathering more and more iron, because nobody wants to have to go all the way back to the main base. So build this along here like this. Da, da, da. Oh, there's a piece there that's doubled up now. Let's get rid of that. And a bit more over here needed as well. So we'll get rid of a few more of these pieces just to make it tidy. And then fill that in with more concrete foundation. No, not there. There, that's better. I'm going to assume those numbers are your shade of pink, Astrid. Either that or you've just become part of the Lost universe. Right, from there now we want pipeline comes from there to... Yeah, sure, let's build it to there. And let's build from there to... I don't have... Oh, I don't have power. Where is the nearest power? Come on, I'm in a power station. How can I not have power? So we want you to come up to here. But without being awful and weird. So we'll put you to... Yeah, alright, that'll do. And then we can just run through here like this. And I've run out of copper. Arse. Fine. I guess I am gonna have to go back. Let's see if I can put the pump in, because that's the... Yeah. Somehow I managed to not just plummet there, which I feel is quite impressive. I'm not quite sure how or why, but I somehow did. What's a double ramp? Oh, I see. It's ramp on top and bottom. Good. I've been wanting my ramps to look like that forever, but now the ones I've put in are it's too late. I'm not going to go back and find them all. Right. Logistics. Therefore I want a pipeline pump Mark II. I want it to go there. Yes, pumping upwards. That'd be nice. So I can make that. I also want a power line over here. So put in a power pole. Sure, we'll put you. Can we put you there, or is that in the water and we'll get an electric shock? No, that's fine. Sticking up out of the water. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Get you to there and there and there and there. And you know what? Actually, oh, splash. Hey, I think this is the first time I've gone swimming. How do I surface like that? How do I get out? Like that. I've been sort of trying to avoid falling in the water because that's what you do in Oh, that's 3 times in as many minutes. Let's change back to the jetpack, because right now I think that's going to be more useful. Right, there we go. Dry land at last. So from here I can now run a cable from there to... I'm going to bring this up to here, and then from here back down to there. I know you don't have to, but it feels wrong having cables that are doing sort of... It feels wrong to have cables going through the ground if it's this easy to avoid. Oh, okay. Counting my supplies. Okay, that's probably a more useful thing to be counting, because that's. But it just looked like a colour. Okay, so we've got a pump in there that is plugged in and pumping the water up here. Now it occurred to me that I'm doing this wrong. I should go over here. I'm not going to be able to finish this off because I've run out of copper sheet. But what I should actually be doing is not having that there. And therefore, well, we'll get rid of that for now. What I should actually be doing is putting my water extractors in a row like this. And I've run out of copper sheet here as well. But yeah, they should be going out in a row like that so I can run a pipe up the middle, which is what I've done over there, and it's working quite nicely. Anyway, that is as much as I can do at the moment because I've run out of, well, everything. So I need more copper sheets. Well, I need more copper sheets and more iron plates. So back to the base I go. Sorry about this. I hope I haven't run out of power yet. That would be embarrassing if I do. I should have checked that before I jumped back into the vacuum tubes, really, but never mind. It's not like there's anything I could have done about it, apart from told the generators to work a little bit harder, and I don't think they'd have listened. So we'll crawl up slowly and painfully out of the depths of the power generation hole, and then now it's downhill. So we'll pick up a bit of speed on for the second half, the second part of the journey. As we go across the Great Plains over here. And that's big open plains, not the flying sort of plane. Whee! Yeah, so going downhill speeds you up an enormous amount. It's fantastic. Okay, and back to the base. So I need to find a load of copper sheet. I'm going to need a lot of that. That comes from over here, this machine. So 1, 2, 3, several, and put those 12 back because 12 is a useless number. Concrete is useful. I've got 88 iron plates. How many more do you want? Maybe that's the extra ones I got before I went out there. So up here somewhere there is a box that contains iron plates. Is it? No. Maybe it's not. Maybe there isn't a box that contains iron plates. Maybe it's just a machine that contains iron plates. Either way, that's another 200. Have I run out of inventory space yet? Not quite. What do I have in here that I don't want? I mean, the supercomputers aren't particularly useful right now. Oh, I should put the hard drive back in the MAM for in case I actually get something useful from it this time. I think that's about the. This will be about the third time I've decrypted the hard drive because you get something different each time. The first 2 times are both rubbish. So let's plug that in. Actually, before I do that, have I got anything I can do with all those supercomputers I've got or computers I've got? I need another. No, not really. Okay, well, in that case, we'll just get you doing the hard drive. Go. Now I can't do anything else with the MAMs for 10 minutes, but that's fine. Okay, so what do I need? I think I've probably got everything I need now. That's not the button I wanted to press. That's the button I wanted to press. Sort. I've got lots of concrete for making foundations. I've got a load of cable for hooking stuff up. I've got some motors for reasons. I've got iron, I've got reinforced iron, I've got steel, I've got copper. I feel like that's most of the basics, so I think that should be okay. No, that's the wrong tube again. Wrong tube, wrong tube, wrong tube, wrong tube. I've got so used to jumping into this one because it's the one that's usually the correct way to go for everything else. But this time, nope, I wanted this one. That makes a lot of sense, Regular. I have researched the priority power switch now. So, yeah, going into the various different sub-factories and just putting priority switches on them so they turn off when they're not being when there's a power shortage. That sounds like an excellent idea. Presumably, will they wait to kick in until the batteries are completely empty? It's just they'll be the first things to go when you have a fail. If so, that sounds perfect. That sounds just like That sounds like exactly what I want. It's a long way to power generation. I suppose the advantage of the of flying there by cannon rather than by vacuum tube is that at least then you've got something to play with while you're flying, because it's a little bit more active, even if it's not quite as. I suppose that's an advantage and a disadvantage depending on how you look at it. Because on the one hand, it's an advantage because you've got something vaguely interesting to do as you're flying across the universe. On the other hand, it's a disadvantage because you have to actually take control of yourself and you know control. Yeah, you have to control yourself is what I'm trying to say, and I'm not very good at that. There is a unnecessary pipe thing here. Let's take that away. So the idea, what I was saying is, I'll come over here, and assuming I've got the bits for it, which I didn't actually consider, I'll put in another 3 of these. So that's 4. 5, and then a 6th one on the other side. Oh no, I can't put a 6th one in. I've run out of rotors. That's fine. Right, so I want a pipe coming from there to. Yeah, I suppose here will do. Can I have you above water? No, I can't. Lovely. Oh well. Because what I actually want is a pipe going from there to this machine. Oh, I've run out. God damn it, I've run out of plastic. Alright, we won't do this because apparently there are more things. Oh, you can't dismantle stuff when you're underwater. Fair, I suppose. Can we surface, please? There we go. Right, let's dismantle that. Because I do want this system to basically work. So we've got two things over here. So we'll also run a pipeline to here. Can we go in that machine, please? Thank you. Can we go in that machine, please? There we go. And I'm now basically out of plastic. That's annoying. Turn that back into Mark 1, I suppose. That'll save me a bit of plastic. In fact, this whole thing could be Mark 1. Let's make the whole thing Mark 1 for now. And then when oh heck. I forgot I'd switch back to the jetpack. Alright, let's try it again. Hello Sealan, welcome. Alright, let's get back up here again. So now I would like to lay some more pipe. It comes from there to here. It goes from there to here. And then also, why not go from... Actually, you know what? Let's make this tidier. Let's get rid of that. And that. It's going reasonably well. I'm currently having a power-related crisis, which is always fun. So I'm going to put in a little bit of pipe there so that I can remove it at some point if the game gets confused by having water going in at both ends of the pipe. Then I'll run this in a dead straight line along here for as far as I can. Which is apparently here. So a little bit less than that then, so we don't have problems. And then again from there to... Well, actually that means this shouldn't be here. Oh no! That was what I was afraid. That's what I was trying to avoid. I've run out of power. Oh, I spent too long having fails and now I've run out of power completely. So that needs to go to there. That means we probably won't get the power up here. But oh well, at least I can carry on. Oh, and that means my my hover suit's stopped working as well because that uses electricity. I mean, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed in myself, but mostly in myself. So that goes there and there and there and there. There. Yeah, a bit disappointed, a bit annoyed because I was hoping, my hope was to get that up and running again quickly enough that I wouldn't have this problem. But no, I've had this problem. Oops, had this problem. Could you perhaps not? There we go. You know what? Let's switch back over to the jetpack because at least then I have some form of being able to fly when I inevitably walk off the edge of somewhere, and I can get up here like this and then It's probably going to be easier to do the belts from above like this. Today's stream is clearly how not to play Satisfactory. Or maybe that was yesterday's stream, or no, last week's stream when I didn't notice I was running out of power. Either way, not so good. So, here's a quick question. Can I run a pipeline from there and onto here? No, okay. Well, I can onto here, quite literally, but no. I need to put in the junction cross first. So I'll come along and do those. Machine 1. Are you lined up? I honestly can't tell. There. And... yeah. Alright, I'll walk along the pipe then. I'll walk along the pipe. Will that make you happy? Right, and then pipes. No, don't do that. What the hell? Do what I mean, not what I say. That goes from there to there. There to... no. I suppose to be fair, it does give you an extra chance to go, oh wait, that's not what I meant. You've tangled on something. But I just clicked again without really looking at it properly. So I guess that's my fault. I can't really deny that one. That, however, is a bit stupid. Pipe and junction cross, but yeah, line it up like that. I'm sure I was going along here pressing the control button, so it's supposed to line everything up nicely for me. But apparently that didn't quite go as it didn't quite go to plan. Why don't we have any? Oh, the coal's already been eaten up by other machines, probably. Right. So presumably, if I come in here and if I hang on, where's the turn this network back on again switch? There's supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. I mean, large switch here to turn the power grid back on, or is it over? I know the small generators definitely have those, so I don't know why these ones don't. However, I am going to need to plug all of these into a power emitter, so let's do that. Whoop. So you go to okay. Oh, power! You think I can do it from a power pole? Okay, I'll do that next then. Is that them all? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and one other. Yep, I think that's pretty good. Okay, so if I come over here now, if I turn it back on again, it's probably going to go. It's probably going to die straight away. Yep, like that. So I think, yes, I'm going to need to put in a power switch or cut off the power over here. So where does it come in? There's a... I think there's a... yeah, it's this one over here. So I need to disconnect. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Oh, there's too many power connections. So I've got a power connection here coming in from the railway line. So pull that one out. Now, hopefully, I can turn this... No, that's not going to help, because there's also going to be this one coming in from there. So if I take that out as well. But then I need to... okay, it looks like that goes to over there and that comes around here. So now I think now everything around here is hooked up together. So if I now turn this back on again, we should have a very, very low power usage. But it should be enough. Yeah, there we go. So the max consumption has now dropped all the way down here. But I've still got most of my capacity for production. So that's going to allow all of my mines around here to start running again. And hopefully... what, does that look like it's going the wrong way to you? Okay, it doesn't now. Alright, okay, there we go. We've got coal coming out of it again. Why was this coal not being fed in? Oh, it was. It was just glitchy. Okay. Fine, be like that. So now we can chuck a load more coal in, get all of these machines up and all of these generators up and generating. And then we shall see. I think I probably want to wait a bit longer than this. I want to let the buffers. I kind of want to let the buffers fill up, but I don't know if that's actually going to be necessary. given the fuse blew and all the machines stopped running rather than having a bit of a brownout, we're probably gonna be okay and everything will just start working. Maybe? I don't know. But actually, that said, it's going to take quite a long time for enough coal to get picked up by the new machines that we have, that it can make its way all the way down to the end ones. And look, if we look down here, you see, okay, actually, that said, this one's got 25 coal from somewhere, so it's not doing too badly. It's full of water as well, so that seems to be working. I guess we then hook this back up to, and probably not up there. We then put that cable back in over here from, I guess it went from there to there, and see what happens. That did not sound healthy. Sounded like everything went down. Yeah, everything went down. So turn it back on again, and it'll immediately break. Okay. I feel feeling this is going to be problematic. It cuts out when the amount of power being used by the factory is greater than the amount of power the factory can, the power generation can supply, including the batteries. And that just trips, boom, the whole thing, or the whole network. So at the moment, this network runs fine when it's isolated from the rest of the factory, because all we've got over here is a handful of mining drills, some pumps, and a huge amount of generation. You'll notice that the capacity is way over even the maximum consumption. Whereas normally it's the maximum possible amount I could use is up there, and the amount I actually use is down here somewhere. I'm not sure how to... Oh, right, yes. Yes, so yes, probably some of them did still have fuel in after the power cut. Yes, you're quite right. So we're trying to let all of these fill up with coal, but the question is that going to be... It's clearly not enough, because I think we've got all of these generators running. I see a lot of green lights. Yeah, loads of green lights along here. So all the generators are up and running. We've got enough coal for that, which is nice. It does make me worry a little bit about whether we've still got enough coal to be taken up to the station. But since the station is currently unpowered, I don't think that's really worth worrying about. I would like to see this input belt not be running absolutely flat out, just as a demonstration, like this, like down here. That when the belt stops moving, you know that it's like that one. So this one's stuttering, you see. So that means the systems down here have got enough, whereas the other side of it, this elevator is flowing absolutely flat out, and this belt along here is also flowing absolutely flat out. What are you? You already are a Mark IV. I could upgrade you to a Mark V, except I don't have the. Oh, I do have the stuff actually. So now we can pull in theory, pull in quite a bit more. What are you? You're a Mark IV. You're stuttering. What are you? You're a Mark III lift. Let's make you a Mark IV lift. Get a bit more up there. And then Mark IV belt, at least up to here and a little bit further along. Come on, get some control over your jetpack. There we go. Right. So there we go. We've now got a bit more flying in. This is now juddery. I think this means we've now filled this up to capacity. However, that's not going to increase the amount of power we're getting out of it. Because if the whole thing's working, then we're still just going to be getting out that extra chunk of it. Whatever. Yeah, we're getting out the amount that we were getting. I suspect if I turn it on again, we're immediately going to have a problem. If I connect it to the rest of the factory, rather, we're immediately going to have a problem because we're not generating enough. Over the last however long it's been, we've been running off the batteries. Probably half hour, 3/4 of an hour, something like that. So I suspect, Yeah, I think the best thing to do now is going to be go round and make some of the what are they called? The intelligent switches, the priority power switches. Can I make these? Yes, I think I can. In fact, yes, I've got everything I need in my pockets. Okay. So, right, okay, first things first. Let's use a priority power switch for the power being taken away from here, so this area doesn't shut down when there's a crisis. So that means over here, I want to put down a priority power switch here. Priority power switch. I want one of you guys here. How do I know which side's which? Put it in. Have a look at it. A and B. Okay. Are you going to tell me which way around how to use it? Priority power switches can be organised by priority. In cases of low power, the switches will start turning off automatically until power stabilises, starting from priority group B. I don't fully understand, but I think that means this is the wrong way around. I think A is the input and B is the output, essentially. So let's dismantle that and put it in the other way around. And then find out if I'm right. Boom, there we go. No, I'm pretty sure that's a B. Oh no, you're right, it is an 8. Okay. Ah, so I can change the priority over here. Well, let's hook it up. Let's just hook it up and see what happens without doing anything clever. So hook you up to there. A as an input, B as an output to there. And we can now see power grid A has power and has that power in it. Power grid B does not. We're fine with the priorities. If I turn that on, then it. So that didn't prioritize very well. So maybe I did get that wrong. Try it the other way around to see if I'm being a bit simple about this, because this did not feel helpful to me. No, not F. E. Nah. E. Power on. Oh, didn't define a group. Oh, I see. I didn't. What? Oh, that switch is still on. Right, so that's running. Right, over. Get rid of those again. So wire it back up. You to there. You to there. You're turned off. Circuit break priority. So priority group 1. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, for goodness sake. I realised that was wrong just as I was doing it. Turn on. There we go. Right. Take 4. So, circuit break priority. So, priority group 8. On? Off? I don't understand. So B is my power grid. B is my factory. Power grid A is my generation. If I flick the switch, it joins them together, it breaks, but the priority isn't triggering properly. I don't see how to do anything over here. I don't see how I define a group. It says priority group. Something said 8. I don't remember where that was. Oh, and name. Oh, okay. Maybe. No, so that's if I have a sign module. I can set a name for it. I can't do it otherwise, I don't think. Oh, maybe. But no, the whole point of... I thought that... my impression was... Yeah, in cases of low power, the switches will start turning off automatically until the power stabilises, starting from priority group 8. So it'll turn off group 8, then it'll turn off group 7, then it'll turn off group 6, and so on, until it reaches... until things start working. So... where was the 8 on this? How do I... Yeah, I do, but how do I do that? So there's no... I don't see a configuration option to set what group this is. Clicking on here and clicking off here doesn't do anything. Now, if I click and drag this switch, this switch just turns the switch on and off, and then it shorts and it fails because it's the same as dragging this one. I don't know why there's this as well. Let's try that. Oh, sign module. Okay. Oh, I see. So you think if I drag this from here... Ah! Right, so that's a priority 1. I see what you mean. Now I understand. Yeah, that makes sense, Sealand. That's what I was thinking. But given the power switch is off at the moment, and if I drag it to turn it on, then it doesn't seem to trip automatically. Oh, is it because... Yeah, oh, I see. No. When there's a power shortage, the switches should trip. Oh, maybe they will now. Let's try it now. Nope, that's just broken it again. Oh, wrong way. I want to find it. Did I turn that back off again, actually? No, I need to turn that off. So yeah, it doesn't trip automatically, and that's the problem I'm having. So I can turn that back on there. Now, obviously, in the long run, I need to get out to all the other stations around the world and turn them on and off manually. Sorry, put more. So I need to get out to other places and put more of these switch things in. Sure, that's fine, but I want it to I want it to just work initially. The fact that this isn't working bothers me a bit. It makes me wonder what's the point in going in and putting other ones in. Yeah, so I can turn them on and off here with this. Okay, so I might be able to do this remotely for all the switches, which is useful, except that if this is tripped, I can't turn it back on again remotely, because I need to get out here and go, hey, I would like you to have some power. So this is great for remote control. This is great for remote control. Yes, it did trip. Yeah, so flicking this turns this switch on, which then causes the two electric networks to be connected, which means I'm pulling too much power through, and the whole and it breaks. So I think if I make this one 2, how's that going to help? It could be. Is there any more help in this? There's help somewhere in this game, isn't there? I think. I thought there was. Tutorials, here we go. Onward tutorial map. No, these are all trivial. Oh, power circuit notification. Okay, that would have been useful to see. That would have been useful to actually notice. Basically. No, that's not useful. I mean, yeah, I could try turning this. I could try doing this again, but it'll just break like that. Definition of insanity is doing the same thing multiple times and expecting different results. And now I'm aware there's a lot of that in computing in general, but right, I think I probably need to get. Let's go and put in some more switches, So I can at least get parts of I can turn bits of the factory on and off independently. And so get some more switches. Let's put in some more switches. So if I head over to the various different sub-factories, I can turn some of that. I can put some switches in for those to turn them on and off. And hopefully then I'll be able to just find out which ones are using all of the power. Maybe bring the system up in a controlled manner and do a little bit at a time. I do wonder if I've got the switch hooked up the wrong way round, but when I tried swapping the cables over, it didn't make any difference. These things seem to work fine as manual switches, they're just not working as the automated switches that I want them to be. And that's causing headaches, issues, difficulties, problems. Yeah, the biogenerators are still there, and they're still, well, they were still running, but they've run out of fuel, so technically no, but they were still running. That's a good point though. Let's refill them because I've got lots of this stuff. Might as well have them able to run as an emergency backup because that's what they're for. Of course, none of these are going to actually run at the moment because we haven't got the power to run them. We haven't got enough power to turn on the generators, which is a ridiculous position to be in. But at least they'll be available when we try and turn stuff back on again in the future. Why are you're producing smoke but no electricity? Great. But you're not using fuel, so I guess that's kind of all right. Let's put... Oh no, I need a little bit of biofuel for my chainsaw, but let's put some of it back. Okay, I had quite a lot. Okay, I've got one stack now, that's good. So what I want to do is head over to the areas that are going to be realistic. The areas that are going to be realistic to disconnect. That's weird. Oh, it's from Christmas. That's fine. So over here, I can probably put in a switch for this sub factory over here. Because the power will come in from somewhere, probably obviously one of the stations, and yeah, there it is up there, I think. Where does the power come in from? Ah, here we go, this one. So if I then connect, oh, and there's a lot of cables coming off this one. All right, let's put the switch in here. Put priority switch here. Have that, and then I can run a cable from there to there. Oh, that's full. I can remove that cable. I can run a cable from there to there, and from there to there. And then I can configure this one. So we're going to name you. We're going to call you. What's this? This is Computer Factory. And we'll put you. You're a low priority, fairly low, quite a low priority. Not the lowest, but relatively low. So this is sort of assuming I'm going to get that working at some point. This is presumably not going to work, no, because there's no power. So I need to then similarly, I need to launch myself properly. I want to go over here to this one. This is the motor factory, and I can do the same thing over here. And hook this up. Now, because we're using the railway system for most of the power transfer, I can't disconnect that in quite the same way as I'm disconnecting everything else. But I can come over here and I can disconnect the factory parts of it at least, which is a good start. So over here I can put in another priority power switch like this, and then hook that up like that and like that. I can call you motor factory. And stick you in. You can priority group 8. Doesn't really matter. Oop, I can fall off onto that. That's fine. Come here. And then I want to get to this one over here, the aluminium factory, or the... Yeah, it's the aluminium factory, really, isn't it? It's that and oscillators and a few other things. But yeah, we can go over and sort this one out as well. Where does power come in for this? There's a lot of cables over here. Is it this? Yes, it's here. So this would be another switch over here. Get rid of that cable and there to there, there to there. And you are where? No, not F. E. No, E. There we go. You get a name too, and you are. What am I doing over here? It's aluminium and a few other things. Aluminium factory. And you're also a low priority. So let's put you in there. That's removed most of the new stuff I put in fairly recently. So let's try turning some stuff on now and see what happens. Yes, aluminium is a... Yes, hello Nighthawk. Yes, aluminium is a difficult word to spell, but it's a harder word to remember how to stop spelling. Starting is okay, stopping is difficult. And that's immediately broken. So, somewhere... Even though those three are turned off, so I've pulled all the power out. I've disconnected all the power that's being used by my 3 biggest sub-factories. Somehow, still not enough. Now, part of the problem, and again, once again, it hasn't blown the fuses in a sensible way. It's just shut the power grid down rather than doing anything sensible. So problem is though there are various other places where power is being generated. So main power generation is over here. It's a train having a crisis there, but it's not got any power. That's fine. Main power generation is over here, but there's also there's a little bit down here because of the biogenerators. There's a bit probably in here, I think, because that was the first water and coal patch I found. There's a bit over here because that's where we're generating it from oil. So it's a pain because there's so many different places it's being generated, and I don't know where he's using so much of it. So this is tricky. Oh, and startup power draw will be greater than normal in use draw. Of course it will. So I guess I'm going to have to try to scrape together the bits and pieces I need to go over and put in another 12 coal generators over here, fill them all up with coal, get the power kicked in, and then maybe turn them off again for a little while. I don't see what else I can do for that. I don't think there's really anything else. This area over here probably uses quite a lot of power because there's a lot of stuff there. Oh, that's a good idea. Yes, batteries at the coal generator. That's an excellent idea. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to want to make power stuff. I'm going to want where are batteries? Power storage. So some of those, and I would like another 12 of those, I suppose. And that means I'm going to need water pumps and a pump. That might be enough stuff. Right, let's go shopping. All the signals lights are still on, so we've not lost quite as much power as we should have done. But yeah, this is problematic. Hi, bump. Stupid balloon animals. Getting around, and of course now getting around is slow and irritating as well because I don't have any of the powered stuff to transport myself with. It does seem to think it's a train, yes. It's in a silly place because it's a silly balloon animal. I saw one of them a little while, I think it was last week, got picked up and carried away by a train, which was quite entertaining. So that one did temporarily become a train. Bonk. Splat. Right, so in here, in this machine, we can get the reinforced iron plates. So I'll have some of those, like that. And then my inventory's full. Yay! But I need a lot more stuff. I think I need a chest of shame. This is a silly place to put it. In fact, you know what? I know where I can put all this. Or at least I can go and put stuff that I don't need, that I don't actually need. It can go in here, and then eventually it'll be destroyed. So I think that is an excessive amount of quick wire to have. The quartz crystal, I'm going to get rid of that because I don't actually need it. Get rid of that too. I do need all of that. I can get rid of that. Just one of those. That's fine. I don't need that. Don't want that. Iron ingots are pointless because, well, I can make things out of them, but they're pointless to carry around with me. The high-speed connectors and the circuit boards I don't need for the sort of the basic stuff I'm building at the moment, so that can go. I could say the same about the AI limiters, but those are so expensive. I'm not going to chuck them. And get some. Don't let me forget to get some more iron rods and probably some more iron plates. But that gives me a little bit of space to play with. So let's go and get the rest of what we need for the building all of this up. So we need some cable, and that comes out of here. How much do we need? One stack should be enough. Modular frames, stators and rotors. Got stators and rotors going into here. So let's have some rotors and some stators. And the modular frames will be around here somewhere. There they go. Yeah, so they all flow around here, but they don't go into this machine because I'm not making the versatile frameworks anymore, which is annoying because every time I want some, I go, oh yeah, there's a really obvious place that they're all going. Let's go and grab them from there, but I can't. So instead, I'm going to come and get them from here. That's 50 of them, but I need more rotors than that, and I need some encased industrial beams. Okay, I didn't check how many rotors I actually needed. I just grabbed a load. Are you rotors or are you stators? You're rotors. Okay, we'll take another stack from there. And encased industrial beams are generated up here. I'll take quite a lot of those in case I need some fast belts. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think that's probably going to be enough. I should probably get some more. Let's get another stack of concrete since I think I've got room for it in my inventory. That comes from this box down here. And then I can head off back over to the power generation area the slow way, which is going to be fun. Run, please. Ooh, nuts. No, missed the nuts. So I have to basically follow the vacuum tube, which I've completely lost at this point. A mini-map would be useful. I think I'm a bit too far off to the... is it that vacuum tube? I think it probably is. Yeah, I must be too far off to the left. So I want to go this way. Yeah, this feels correct. So over the top of that hill, and then a little bit further. That factory is going to be difficult to power switch, unfortunately, because it was the original factory and is therefore rather built into all of the everything around it. Everything is sort of built into it, rather than it having a single power cable coming in that I can easily cut off. So I suspect there's going to be multiple different ways for electricity to get into it, and therefore cutting the power off to it is sadly not going to be very practical. Here we go, nearly there. Actually, that didn't take as long as I feared it would. Whee! Ooh, look at the ocean. And touchdown. Ow. Fail. Okay, so how much further out did we make this one stick than the previous one? 1, 2. Only 2. Okay. And then we have a wall 4 panels high, and then we just build the whole thing again. So if I fly up here, do we have electricity here at the moment? No, not by the looks of it. Let's turn this back on then, just because we can. There we go. And then, so I said 2 in, and then I want to build some more of these wall panels. So that'll be 1, 2, and then they go here. I wanted that to be 4 high. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then a huge chunk of that. I said a huge chunk of that, please. Wait, that's not right. No, we're in the wrong place. Okay. I must have built this slightly differently up here. So we'll put in another piece of wall then. Boop, 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 boop. Like that. And then, no, not pipe. Foundation goes from there. Zoops all the way across there like that. So that's better. Let's try getting on top of that rather than underneath it, shall we? And you know what? I can switch over to the other to the hover pack at this point, probably. Four is probably a good absolute bare minimum for this, for the size of this. There we go. Now I need some more of these. I'd like to line them up with the ones below, just for the sake of neatness and because I feel it's right. But it encroaches. Why are you encroaching on another object's clearance? The other ones were fine. So my plan. What? Oh. My plan was to do this again up here, but for some reason it doesn't want to. I do remember this being awkward when I did it before. Do I need to move further out? Maybe I need to move it a bit further out because that doesn't look like this. It looks like there's more overlap there than I have here. So let's do that. Yeah, because I've got two full blocks before I put the next generator in. Yeah, so I can put these in over here like that. Okay, good. So I can do this. I'll line them up because why not? At least I'll try to line them up. Let's put you there. And then go, yeah, there's the edge of this one. Where is it on the tile? Just inside the dots. It's probably there, I think. To be honest, I don't really care if it's wrong. Yeah, okay, so that's as near as I can get it. So we'll make sure we put in 6 of these. 1, 2, 3. I said 3. Come on. 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. So that's more generation capacity available over here. So I am going to need to bring in water from one of these pipes, or another pipe like that one. We'll need to bring a pipe of water up to here. Also, I can consolidate, but I can also consolidate some of these and do some upgrading and things, and make them a little bit better and more efficient. I also need to put in a coal feed, and that's going to be that's the part I'm most worried about. I don't know if we're going to have enough coal for this. There is quite a bit of coal available here. But I don't know if we've got. But when I say quite a bit, I don't know if it's going to actually be sufficient. So we'll have to find out about that. Also, I shall put in another stack of round like this, and head over here. See if I can put the wall in at the other end, because at least then I can sort of kind of tag it finished. I suppose is what I'm trying to have it feel like it's an actual proper building rather than some sort of abomination unto Nuggin. Are you going to miss? Yes, you are, but that's fine. I'll put you up to there. I can't see what I'm doing. There's too many trees. I should probably chop all the trees down. That's the correct way to deal with trees, right? Up to there, and also another one in on the bottom. But then that interferes with it. It only kind of interferes with it. We'll pretend that's okay. There we go. So that's foundations. Oh, and that means I don't need. Oh, well, what don't I need? I don't need. Oh, yeah, I don't need this bit. Delete it. There we go. So I would need to. Oh, I didn't bring the extra plastic to make pipeline 2s. I'm so bad at this. Okay, let's put the batteries in first. Because then I can get them charging up while I'm prevaricating around with everything else. Sync faster. Touchdown. Right. So I want to have some more batteries over here. I should probably put them on. Let's put them on some scaffolding because I feel bad if I don't. Scaffolding. Give me scaffolding. That's power line. I said, give me scaffolding. There we go. So I can have some foundation like that, and then in the power menu, I can put in some where are they? Power storage. These bunnies. Let's face the graphs this way so we can see them. No, not line them up nicely. Nicely. There we go. Okay, so there we go. There's my batteries. So if I put a cable from, why are you a Mark 1 tower? Don't be a Mark 1 tower. Nobody likes a Mark 1 tower. Oh, perhaps iron rods. Oh, I ditched those and I said, don't let me forget to pick up some more, and I forgot to pick up some more. I could go and steal some of one of these ladders, I suppose. That feels a bit counterproductive, but that's not a ladder. I thought some of these had ladders. This running out of bits and pieces for stuff is extremely frustrating. And I know it's even more frustrating because I'm aware it's largely my fault. Ladder around the back of power, is there? Which sort of back? Oh yeah, there's a little one there. Okay, that might be enough. How much was that? I don't see where it's. It will have told me, but I can't see where it's told me. However, that'll be enough at least for me to get power in over here. So I'll need to put in a pylon here. Actually, if I can just upgrade that one. Actually, no, I can run a cable from there to here, and then I can do cable. Come on, cable. There. Right, so those can start power. This can start charging now. We're going to have a little bit of power stockpiled over here. In the meantime, let's get over here and carry on building up this system up here, and just at least hooking up as much of this as I realistically can. I don't know how much that's going to be, but I might as well try. So we're going to also need splitters, and we'll put them along here, like in the traditional way, like that, that. That. There we go. And then, well, I'll put the belt in over here for now, and then sort out how fast it's going to be later. Because at the moment, I should run a splitter off this one. That's probably the best way to do it. Because I've already got speedy belts coming up here, and then I can run a speedy lift like that one from here. From here, come on, snap onto it. There we go. Up to here. Pop out the top of the trees. There we go. Point it over there that way. And then I can have a belt come from here. No, belt. From there to, well, let's put it here. Come on, do you talk? No, not that way. Yeah, like that. Just about there. And that can run from there to there, and I'll sort this out later when I come in to build the other 6. But for now, that'll do. It'll carry the coal. It'll carry the coal into all of these machines over here. Right. Now I also need to put in another pylon, and fortunately I've just about got enough sticks for that. So power there to there to all of these. Yay. I can't see what I'm doing, that one. Fish. That's weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that means one of these hasn't got power. Why did I not fly up like this to do this before? 1, 2, yeah, this one hasn't got power. Why are you lying to me? There you go. Right, so there you go. They're all plugged in now. So the next challenge is to get water up here, which is going to need pipes, of course. So I'm going to need to run a pipe along here. So let's do that. Pipeline mark. I can't do pipeline mark 2 because I've only got 20 plastic. I'll put in the pipeline mark 1 because if you've got a pipeline mark 1, it's quite easy to upgrade it to a pipeline mark 2. So I'll run that from here to... Are you trying to get that? Okay. From there to... Whoop. How long can I make you? Here, apparently. Then I need the crossroads, junction crosses like that. No, put it in horizontally, Muppet. Oh, oh. It's not the bounding boxes on these generator things is extremely finicky, as you can see. It doesn't like it. It's a problem. You can't. I think the game basically doesn't expect you to stack coal generators like this, and so it's given me stick for doing so. Even though it seems like quite a sensible way to do it. Let's run this. I think I didn't have it running directly along the line before, so let's put it in there, and then along here. See if this will work. And then I want to put. That means I want to put a. No, it's not going to. Ah. Don't tell me Don't tell me this entire thing is in a place where I can't fit it in. That'd be so infuriating. How are the batteries doing? Some power, but not very much. Why are they not charging up really, really quickly? It should be charging up really quickly because there's loads of power generation here. There's enough power generation here for most of the base, and yet. The batteries are actually. Let's not look at that. Let's look at this. And yet well, I suppose actually the batteries are enormous, aren't they? So it's going to take them an hour to fully charge. I don't want to head back to base to get more plastic. I don't want. I'm going to have to move all of these. So what have I done here? Yeah, this is basically the same as what I've done here. It's just apparently I've left slightly less room. I don't really entirely get it. I'm a little bit frustrated and annoyed. You can probably tell. So yeah, I know what it is because I had this problem when I built the second row of these machines. It's if you have they have their bounding boxes a funny shape, and so all of this apparently needs to be a little bit further across. So let's. I guess I'm going to have to start moving this across. No, the wrong way. It's the wrong way round. Okay, so that is lined up. That is a chunk further away. That will hopefully be enough to start building all of the useful stuff in here. So now, can I now build... Oh no, I need to put the elevator in first so I can see where I'm building stuff. Can I now put a pipe in along here and then put a junction off it? No, still won't let me. Oh, this is so infuriating. I very deliberately tried to copy the design I'd used before as much as I realistically could, because I knew that had worked. But it's just not. It's arbitrarily decided that no, we can't allow you to build a pipe there. That'd be far too useful. So we've got 1.5 concrete things slabs across here before I start to build anything. Yeah, okay, I am still slightly closer with this. All right, let's pull this up again and try a third time. Thing is, I don't even know where I had the previous one now, because you can't just move stuff around helpfully. So I think I moved it to here. Let's try to here then, I guess. And of course, there isn't a proper blueprinting system like the one in Factorio, so you can't just wave a blueprint around until it works. You have to sort of and about it. So previously, yeah, I had it there before, so now if I put it here, it's blooming miles away. This has got to be okay, surely. Right, okay, that has finally worked. So if I pull up all of this and then build it where I've got that one, then hopefully we'll be all right. Right, one. Now the floor's too steep. How can it be too steep? It's exactly the same. I mean, okay, granted there should be concrete out underneath this one, but how can it be? How can this one have been okay and the other ones and the second one I tried to put in was not? And what are you talking about? Sorry, I shall try to stop getting salty about this because the even though it is rather annoying. 3, 4, 5. True, I did place the other one via nudging. Maybe that's what made the difference. I mean, it shouldn't, but I could easily believe that it does. Someday I will have a stable power supply system, and I can go back to playing, going in and actually trying to play the game properly. Whoop. rather than just building up these systems. But oh well, it's part of the game. I should have no, that's stupid. I should have noticed this. I should have noticed the problems were looming much sooner than I did. So it is my fault. I should have after any new factory build or any expansion or anything like that, I should have checked the power to make sure I wasn't using anything from the batteries. No, I wasn't doing that properly. So yeah, I will accept some. I will certainly accept some responsibility, but a slightly better warning from the game would have been quite useful, and also a slightly less harsh penalties for getting it wrong would be nice as well. I feel that the game has sort of just gone. Nope, you've messed up. We're gonna punish you and make you suffer, because sorting out the power system in this game is tricky. As you're seeing, it's not like say Factorio where you can just put in where you can see clearly how much power everything's using. You can split. And yeah, it's a lot fiddlier, and I'm not really a fan of that. It's mostly just because getting the information that I need out of the game feels difficult. So I can't tell whether what I've done has helped, or rather how much what I'm doing has helped. All you can do is just sort of throw more stuff at it and see what happens. Anyway. I'm trying to not complain too much, so I'll so I better stop talking. So down there we're going to need another splitter there, like that, and I can bring a Mark 1 pipe up from here. What is in noodle mode? Is that a good thing? I don't know. Noodle seems fairly sensible. Let's go to auto. That seems like it's going to maybe have the most sensible options of both. I don't know. Bring it around there. So eventually I would like to have a large quantity of plastic and upgrade all of these pipes. At the moment, if I can, Do I have enough to upgrade that? Yes. And that one? In there? And there? That's trying to make a new pipe. Because the only bit that needs to be pipe 2 is the bit coming along here into this pump. The rest of it can be pipe 1, at least for now. Just remove the pump for a second. Oh, you are already pipe 2. That's why it wouldn't let me do it. Okay, fair enough. All is forgiven. Put pipeline pump back in down there. Which way are you pumping? I can't tell. That way. There we go. And give it power. Okay, so yeah, we've got, so you can have three pumps going into a Mark 1 pipe, and is it 2 twice as fast? Yes, and 6 pumps going into a Mark 2 pipe. So if we put, so that's got 3 going in there. So if we put more in along here, these could all be on a Mark 1 pipe, and it would be fine. So well, I've run out of power. Fine, fair enough. Could I put another one next to there, please? No, apparently not. Yeah, these pumps were surplus. These 2 were ones I was putting in when I was intending to send a tier 2 pipe's worth of water up there and do all of those from this new bank I put in along here. I noticed some of these appear to be red on the back of them, and I've no idea why. I think that's just a graphical glitch. But yeah, these 3 along here should not have been needed. Emphasis on the should, granted, but they shouldn't have been needed. So put that there. I should be able to run a Mark 1 pipeline from there to there. And then this pipe is getting kind of messy, but c'est la vie. Put across in about there. And that there to there. There to, not my face. Whoop. Not there either. From there and into here. There we go. And I need power for all of this, of course. So that's 5, 6. I'll balance you on there. That makes sense, doesn't it? 8. Right, there we go. So now we've got lots more pumps down here pumping happily. So we should now have enough water for all of those to work, and hopefully all of those to work. They haven't gone green, unfortunately. All these ones across here are green, though, so that's a good start. Yeah, making it work is definitely job 1. Making it look pretty is job 583 when I have time to do time and inclination to do so. What have I forgotten up here? Okay, so you're filling up. You've got water. Over here we have coal. We're burning fuel and... okay, we haven't got enough water down here yet. Now, I don't know whether we haven't got enough... There are many possible problems here. It could be because we don't have enough water being pushed up the pipe, because we don't have enough pumps. It could be the pipes aren't good enough because I put together a slapdash mess of tier 1s and tier 2s. It could be that the pump doesn't like pushing all the way up here. There are many, many possible reasons, but I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pumps down there, so that should be enough water for this bank here and the half bank below that it's also connected to. The pipe is pretty full, so yeah, I'm hopeful that gradually, yes, I'm hopeful that gradually we'll start to have more and more of these working, and eventually it'll get to the point where they're actually all working. My concern is whether the coal supply is sufficient, but we'll see how that goes as we just... Yeah, the belt over there is running stutterily, so yeah, I think that's all right. That one isn't running at all. Oh, it is running a bit. Yeah, maybe it's okay. How are we doing for battery power? We're up to about 50%. Okay, let's try flicking some switches now and see what happens. Hello, Al. Welcome to Laurence beats his head against the power system because it's kludgy. Pumping uphill is difficult, but I have got a tier 2, a Mark 2 pump down at the bottom there, which I think, and they're quite good. So I would expect it to be able to have a decent amount of pumping up there. I'll go and check on that at some point though. Right, so over here we have motor factory, aluminium factory, and computer factory are all apparently turned off. Coal generation is also turned off. Let's turn it on and see what happens. Immediately the whole thing breaks again. So suddenly what happened? Well, capacity went up a bit, which is good, because that's because we've got the other power generation around the rest of the base in various places. We've got 30% battery power. Why didn't that keep the factory running? Production went down, apparently. Oh, because it turned off, that's why. And so consumption went down because there was no power available. Yes, the maximum consumption shot through the roof to way above capacity, but that shouldn't be a problem because most of it isn't running, and we've got this buffer in the batteries that should allow it, should be enough to keep that running, and we haven't knocked a huge amount out of it. Yeah, I've had that pain previously when I've been trying with smaller power outages. This is the worst one I've had so far by a significant margin. I don't know how to fix this. I mean, I don't want to go back and reload my save from the beginning of the stream, because partly because that seems like cheating, but partly because I just really don't want to. So how are these things? No, the other remote switches were turned off, according to user interface anyway. Let's have a quick check on this pump down here since it's been asked about. If I look at this, we can see that it's got full flow rate. Head lift is 41 meters to get up to the top there, and its maximum head lift is 50. So this pump is absolutely fine. It can chuck 600 meters cubed a minute through it. It can chuck up 50 meters. So this pump is happy. We should be getting plenty of water up there to the generators up on the top floor. Yeah, they should be off because, as you say, I didn't turn them on, and also the user interface on the pylon showed on the switch showed them as being turned off, and the whole point of those priority switches is that they turn off things that you don't care about when you have a shortage of power. Yeah, so we've gone all green up here, so we've got loads of power available. We've got loads of water available. Oh yeah, jetpack fuel is potentially going to be a problem. I should probably switch over to using the hover. Let's switch over to using the hover pack for now, because I'm probably going to need the jetpack for getting around the rest of the factory. So here we go. We've got priority set up. We've got coal generations turned off. We've got priority group turned off. The switches are the on and off are the opposite way around up here to the way these switches are toggle, but never mind. That's turned off. Those two are turned off. I can turn these on and off all I want. Nothing happens because they're not connected to anything. They're not connected to over here. That's fine. Everything just went quiet. Why did everything go quiet? Maybe the drill slowed down a little bit. There's no problem over here. I can't. The old main base is going to be very, very difficult to disconnect because because with it being the original base, it's tied in lots of different places because it was originally the center of the universe. I do wonder if I've still got this the wrong way round. Let's disconnect these power lines again, see if it makes any difference at all, and obviously put them back in again the opposite way around. So put that one to there and that one to there. Then if I come over here, what happens if I turn it on? Everything shuts down again immediately. But there's still a huge quantity of battery power available, so it shouldn't be shutting down. We've got, okay, it's dropped down to 10%. Oh, it's got to drop down to 10% because we've linked the two together. So, but even so, there is still 10% battery power available. Oh, that's interesting. I realised just as I was flicking the switch that I'd forgotten to turn off the switch over here. So it shocked it hard enough to turn it off, but now it's working. And we're charging. So now that makes no sense at all. That makes absolutely no sense. So what happened there is I flicked the switch on. I flicked the switch over here, and it kicked in and it complained and blew the fuse. I then, without turning this switch off again, went over and reset the fuse on that pylon over there, and then suddenly it started working. Oh, thank you, Tristan. Okay, it's good to know A and B aren't important. I could have sworn I saw somewhere that said they were. I'm just going to swap these back over again in that case, because that does look weird with them crossed over. This is probably going to blow it again, but at least if it does, I know how to fix that. No, that seems to still be okay. Maybe? I honestly don't know. Let's try turning some more stuff on. Okay, so that's blown it. But what if I just go, I don't want you to be blown. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it does blow. Yes, you're right. I probably should turn the group on, but there's only one in the group. So I don't have to run back and forth quite as much. Let's put another pylon in over here, or not, because I've run out of iron rods. Okay, fine. No, I'm not going to disconnect that. That'd be a faff. Well, let's try turning on group 8 as well, and as ever, that breaks it. If I come over here and turn it back on again here, then it kicks in and it's fine. Although, notably, I was going to say notably now we're using more power than we're generating, when, yeah, we're pretty close now. It's going to take an hour or two to use up all the available power. But we are, yes, we are now using power slightly faster than we're producing it. But only very slightly. Now it's charging. Now we're using power slower than we're producing it. So yeah, I'm on the cusp basically. That's good. So putting in those extra 12 generators over there has helped quite a bit. So let's come back over here. Let's try turning stuff off again and see what happens. So if I turn these ones off, what happens if I turn them on? Does it immediately break? No. So maybe Tristan's idea of it being the matching the blown fuse of the rest of the base, maybe that's a thing. I don't know. Yeah, I think you're essentially right, Mark. I seem to be holding the breaker down to cover the startup spike, which is a horrible thing to be doing. But apparently that's doing what we need. So there we go. I'll turn those 3 off, and so now we should find that we have a decent amount of power available. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay, so it's an hour and a half until we fully charge the batteries. So they're charging at 2 hours, 2.5 hours. It's quite a long time, but eventually the batteries will be fully charged. They are charging up at the moment. So, I guess, since we don't have enough power to run absolutely everything at the moment, I need to finish off that top floor over here. Can I have some loft, please? There we go. And so let's work out what I need in order to finish this area off. You're probably... Yes, you're probably right, Seelan. There's going... Well... Actually, no, I think you're probably not right. I think the factory was either running at its... Was either... The belts were either... Either the belts were full, or the machines were running flat out already. So it's probably not going to have made much of a difference. I suppose the belts having run a bit will have given me a little bit more stuff that the machines can then grab. So maybe some more of them are running. So maybe it'll make a slight difference. But I don't expect it to make an enormous one. How many more of these can I make? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. So that's my 3rd floor of power. Coal generators up and well, built at least, not actually running yet. Well, it'll be a little while. No, don't do that. Not down. It'll be a little while before I actually get them up and running, because I'm going to need additional iron sticks in order to make pylons. I'm going to need more plastic in order to make better pipes, and I'm going to need to reroute a lot of the piping around here in order to get it to just, you know, point in the right direction. But a lot of that is stuff I'm going to need to go and get. So I'm trying to do as much building first, because that way at least when I... No, don't make a smart splitter. I have no idea what that does. I want a splitter, yes, like that. I don't think I need smart splitters yet. Oh, and I haven't. I was going to say I've run out of stuff. I haven't. I just ran out of the ability to point at things properly. So that goes there to there. There, right. Oh, and then belts along here as well. Oh, this should be Mark 4 probably. I don't know. I've lost track of what Mark belts I'm using it where. That's Mark with a K, not Mark with a C. I'm aware that Mark belts have an additional meaning. At the moment, these are reasonably sensible length belts, so they don't count as Mark belts. Put you there. Get rid of you, and put another belt in. Nope. Put belt in there. No. Behave. There. And then, don't need you either. Do need... Oh, actually, no, don't want you. Do want a Mark 4 belt coming from over here to here. That'll do. Sorry, Mark. Well, I don't know why. Yeah, the belts have Mark numbers, so there's not a lot I can do about it. Get rid of that conveyor pole. I don't know what, oh yeah, I do know what that was doing there. Right, and now I'm also going to extend this pipe along here because I can. And again, if I put the pipe work in initially, it makes it a lot easier to do the upgrades later because I can just run along and bop them into higher level pipes. So put that along to there, and then across there, there. Oh no, not there. Game needs a Control Z for when you realise you've just put something in and not quite the right. I said get rid of that. The game needs a Control Z for when you realise you've just put something in the wrong place and you don't want it there. Although even in Factorio, the Control Z just tells the bots that you want them to undo what you just did. And there's a handful of things that where you hit Control Z and it doesn't actually undo the last thing you did. It undoes something completely different. Because there are certain things that don't count on your list of things you did recently, and so you can end up telling the bots to deconstruct something you don't want them to deconstruct because you've forgotten what the last thing you did was, basically. Right, I'm not going to be able to put the pylon in for this one, am I? Because I've run out of iron rods. Yes, I've got one iron rod left. Ah, that's so frustrating. Okay. On the plus side, at least I've got the factory turned back on again now, so I can travel in style rather than having to use my jetpack. Okay, Sealant. Well, enjoy the expo. Thanks for stopping by. I can't get down through this tree. I think I might do a spot of deforestation before I go, because that's annoying. Yeah, enjoy the expo. I don't know whether there's anything specific I should be saying to look out for when you're there. I haven't really been keeping up with what's going on in the gaming industry recently. I've just been playing Factorio for the last however many years it's been. But yeah, have a good time there. Hope it's a good one. Right. Let's head back over. So I need a lot of plastic. I need a bit of jetpack fuel. I need a load of iron rods. I think that's it. Oh, I'm going to need lots and lots of plastic. I'm going to need some more pumps as well. Let's jump in the tube and think about it as we go. Okay, so when you're in the tubes, you can't bring up the menu to start planning and choosing things you're going to want. That's annoying. So I'm going to need another 6 water extractors to extend that system down there when I upgrade it to a full level. Because then we're going to have 3 pipes going up, and each pipe, my controls for my jet hover pack are sticking out at the top of the tube. That's very strange. Yeah, so I'm going to need to have. I've got the 3 banks over there, so I want to have 6 pumps on each bank going into a Mark II pipe. That will each one of those will then be able to do an entire floor of my power generation area. Because yeah, it's about 50 meters cubed per minute for the per generator. You can get 600 in a Mark II pipe, and you can get 100 out of a pump, I believe. So I'm going to need production. There we go. Water extractors. 6 more of those. I'm going to need to upgrade everything. I want to upgrade everything to Mark II pumps. I don't think I need to, but it feels like a good idea. So I'll take enough stuff to build another 3 of those. I'm going to need an enormous quantity of plastic. I'm going to need I'm going to need sticks and stones as well. So let's up. Let's go and get the sticks first because I know where they come from. I can get them out of here. There we go. There's 200 sticks. I'll put that one back because I don't see the point in having. It's just going to be annoying. Put that one back. There we go. It's just going to be annoying having a single one in there, taking up inventory space whilst not actually getting me anything useful. Plastic was the next thing. So we've got plastic coming in along here. Actually, I'm going to need to go over this way anyway to get more jet fuel, jetpack fuel. Oh. Getting around with this thing is actually more difficult than getting around on without it sometimes. So let's take let's take a couple of stacks of. Let's just put that one back. Let's take 4 full stacks. And over here, I would like to top up my stack of jetpack fuel. So I'll take that one and put the 15 back. I would also like to destroy those flowers that I'm carrying and the leaves that I'm carrying because I don't want those. Where are the flowers? There are the flowers. Don't want those either. Get rid of them. Oh yeah, I remember smart plating. That was quite slow, should we say? It was. I think that was the first thing where I was getting a little bit frustrated by how long stuff was taking to make. Make sure you've got enough machines making all of the inputs you need for the smart plating. That would be my advice. Okay, now what else do I need? Oh, well, I've got everything I need now, apparently. Huh, that was easy. Is it better to go by... Yeah, that's pointing the wrong direction. I need to go that way. And that's pointing me that way. So yeah, let's not take the cannon. Let's just take the old-fashioned suction pipe like this. There we go. Right, so we've got a nice trundle across the world once again. But now this time, hopefully, I've got everything I need to add a bit more power generation in over there, turn everything on, get everything up and running properly, and yeah, and just get it working again, so that I can then start. I guess so I can then start trying to develop more advanced types of power generation, because I'm aware I can do nuclear at some point, but to get that I need to research it. Of course, I need to research the radiation suit. Excuse me, and so on. There was geothermal power as well. That's something I might have to have a bit of a look into, because I think I might have almost researched that. But to be honest, at the moment, I've got kind of distracted by just having to get all of this up and running again. So I'm just going to keep beating on this one until I've got enough power coming out of the coal systems, and then I can go back to working on other things. Right, where was I? So yes, up here. Let's plug everything in. That's a good first thing to do. Now, presumably, there's not going to be enough cabling on that one. Is that full? Yes, that's full. I thought it probably would be. Okay, so let's put in a pylon in there just because I can. That's easy. That goes there. Then I run a power cable from there up to here, like that. And then this one will do all of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, so they're all plugged in now, which means they're now all capable, theoretically, of generating electricity. They're not actually capable of generating electricity because they're not going to get water in fast enough, but it's a good step. It's a step in the right direction. You see these ones over here, these are struggling. I don't know if they're struggling because of coal or because of water. Yeah, they're struggling because of coal. Okay. That's a concern. Although, actually, no, it's not so much of a concern, because having just plugged all of these ones in over here, they're going to be taking a lot of the coal. That said, there's not a great deal of coal coming up here. I think I might need to do some more upgrades down here of these belts. Actually, I might need to do some upgrades to the drills. That's a worry. I haven't researched mining drill Mark IIIs yet. Do I not have enough coal coming in here? Because I suspect this belt is spec'd to produce coal to transport the coal at the rate it's being dug up. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I can put that in there and it'll chuck it out, but it's not going to actually help. It gets it out of my inventory actually, so it does kind of help. But yeah, these drills will running as fast as they can. They're both mining drill Mark IIs. Let's do a scan for coal. Ping, and see if there's any patches around here. No, so there's 4 patches around here, but I've tapped all of them. I called it loads of coal because I thought there was, but yeah, it turns out there are actually 4 patches, not quite as loads as I was suggesting. And these 2 over here, you're also miner 2, miner 2, and yes, they're pulling it out as fast as they possibly can because these are not as great coal patches. So we have, yeah, this is all of the coal that's available. Some of it could potentially be being taken up to the station. In fact, some of it is being taken up to the station. This is an opportunity to use a priority splitter. So, smart. I can't just straight upgrade it. Why can I not just straight upgrade it? That'd be helpful. Okay, so what if I put a smart splitter in here? Like that. Presumably I need to configure you. Yes, I do. Center up, left output. Oh, right, okay, so if I say left output is to be coal. Okay, good. Center output is to be any overflow. Seems to be working. And then if I remove, that was my one press, remove some of this belt, then we should have it still flowing straight through, and we do. Good. And then I can make this belt go to, where is it? There, to here. Please reach. Yes, it does. Excellent. Now we should see, yes, all the coal is flowing this way. Nice. And then if that backs up, it'll flow the other way. Also, it's going straight through the middle of this tree, and we can't have that. So it goes there, and over here we can take this tree out as well, because again, it's in the way. It does amuse me a little bit that I'm removing the stuff after I've discovered it's in the way, but never mind. So this is prioritized. Put it away. So this is prioritized. Oh, for goodness sake, stop it. Right, so this is prioritizing sending the coal over to power generation rather than to the train system, which is taking it away to be made into steel and possibly other things, but still. That's probably a good thing given the issues we're having at the moment. I probably need to go off and find another coal area and upgrade it. Okay, so over here, I'm going to need to... This is horrible. Who designed this? Jeez. Yeah, I'm going to need to upgrade all of this to a tier 2 pipe. And probably discover I need something else for tier 2 pipes. And all of this to a tier 2 pipe. And that means that bottom one, that pipe can then do all of the ground floor. This pipe can do all of the first floor. And then that one over there, or this one here, that one over there can then do all of the top floor. Because they should have enough throughput for that. So I'm going to need to upgrade that pump, and I'll probably put in another pump on here as well. So let's do this a bit at a time. Let's sort things in the sensible order. No, game sound is definitely on. Oh, but I forgot to. Yeah, okay. I had some. The game was being slow to load, so I set up the I set up the audio before before the game had loaded properly. There you go. Should have game sound now. Thank you for pointing that out. Right, let's put in some more of these water extractors. In fact, let's line up these water extractors properly. So I'll remove you, and oh, I was standing on that. and you, and then more water extractors. But let's line them up so that it looks a bit nicer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I have a problem. I'll put it on the end here, like that, like that. There we go. So now I need to run a pipe from there. It's a logistics thing. Pipeline mark. No. Pipeline mark 2. There we go. From you to you. I'll remove these crosses, junction crosses, because they're all going to be in the wrong place. I mean, that one's pretty close, but still, it's in the wrong place. So remove that and... Oh. Fine, be like that. I'll upgrade that in a moment. So fuel on from there to there. And then I want the junction cross goes there, and there, and there, and there. All of these, I believe, can be pipeline Mark 1s because these are only going to have one pump's worth of water going through them. So let's save on the plastic and anything else that gets used by this stuff and upgrade that along and run these as pipe 1s. Then I need to upgrade to pipe 2s all the way along here. So that one's already done up to here. Make that a pipe 2. Make that a pipe 2. No, I don't want a valve. What? I don't know what I pressed, but whatever it wasn't what I meant to do. Pipe 2, pipe 2, pipe type 2, pipe 2, pipe 2. You can be a pump 2. Not like that, you can't. I'm just gonna bring everything up to sort of state of the art, as it were. So put that. I guess I'll have to put that there separately. Should I put it in here, slightly closer? I don't think. Oh, it does need to be a pipe 2, a pump 2. Actually, come to think of it, because otherwise it's not going to. It wouldn't have enough throughput for the. It wouldn't have enough throughput. The lift is fine, but the throughput might not be. All right, along here, pipe 2, pipe 2. Oh, you're already pipe 2. No, stop that. 2, 2. 2. The left pipe should only have one pump on it. I'll go and check it out in a minute. But thank you for the warning. This is all going to be a horrible by the looks of it. But never mind. We can do that, and that, and that, and oh god, this is ridiculous. I think I must have had a drunken plumber when this was put in, and that drunken plumber was almost certainly me. And now I can pull that out, but I won't pull that out just yet. I'll come back to that because I want to make sure it's working before I. Oh, this one. So, yeah, it's not good. I think with the pump 1s, I needed to have another one halfway up in order to get the water all the way up up there. Are you saying that doesn't work? Because it seemed to be. All the machines along there are working quite happily. Ignore the ones down the other end; they're on a different system. Yeah, it seems to be working. So, yeah. All right. So another power cable going. Oh, none of these are plugged in. That's why there's problems. Right. So you got power. Bring it just along to. Let's balance that on that junction there. There we go. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. That's fine. My reasoning for the. But the pumps can go wherever they want. To be honest, the pump 2s have easily got enough lift to get all the way up to there, so it doesn't matter exactly where that is. As long as it's on there somewhere, it's fine. And I just want it there to make sure I get enough throughput on the pipe. So I think it should be all right. Right, we're now putting 6 pumps, hopefully at least, we're putting 6 pumps worth of water into this pipe and sending it along through here, up onto the ground level over here. So now, if I come over this way and remove this pipe, it should still work. Ha! Back in the olden days when I didn't have the jetpack, I had to put in these ladders to get over the pipe because of where I put it. That's quite funny. Get rid of the evidence of the olden days, though. And then over here we don't need that pipe anymore. So now we should easily have enough water coming through here to keep all of these happy. And all the lights are green right now, so that seems good. We'll keep an eye on it, but it seems good. Over here I'm going to break everything because these are in silly places. I'm just going to start again on this side. In fact, I might start again completely. Remove all of this. Because I think this could be done better. So, I would like to put in another 6 of these, and I'd like the first one to be basically in as far this way as it's possible to go. Like, yeah, like, let's nestle it in right in along the shore like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that didn't seem to line up properly. Maybe it did. I was holding control, so you'd hope it would. 5. Ooh. Got too far away from the pylons and nearly fell out of the sky. 6. There we go. Okay, so now from here I can get a Mark II pipe and go from the output of this bunny to way down here. So ideally to all the way over there, but you know, pipes don't do that apparently. So I'm going to need to put in a point for it to connect onto along here about halfway, like that. But that's fine, I don't mind doing that. So let's bring you out of there. I said bring you out of there to here. I could probably save a bit by making this a tier 1 pipe up to about here, but I don't see the point. Might as well just use a tier 2 all the way along, so it's guaranteed to work. Then a pipeline cross will go here. I hope that's not too close to connect. Let's check. Don't do that. That's stupid. It is too short. Ah. Oh. Okay. In that case, I will need to extend. Why are you a half foundation? Okay, fine, be a half foundation then. I need to bring this along to about here and here, and get rid of that, and start again. Bring you out to here, like that. Put up one. There we go. And then run that from there to to here. I think that's gonna work now. So plug that into there. And put some more cross pieces in along here. So yeah, looks like plenty of distance. And down there somewhere. I can see a green line. I think that's in the right place. It's kind of hard to tell. Then plug all of these ones in as well. Doop, doop. Boom, boom. No. Boom, boom. No. What are you doing? Very nice. There we go. I need to remove that because it's silly and under-spec'd. Put that in. No, not the power line. Remove that pipe as well. And then, yeah, pipe 2 from there to there. Can I... Is this going to work? Probably, actually. I might put this in a slight angle, though. And then I can get a feed of water out of there up into... here? No, I can't. Alright. Get rid of that, and that, and that. And... I suppose I'm going to put in more foundation then. Then I can put this pipe from here to here. And then there to there. This is getting a bit rather bitty. I'd rather, yeah, but then my satisfactory constructions seem to end up like that sometimes. It's not quite as, I find it, this is going to be a familiarity thing, but I find it a lot harder to build neatly in this game than I do in Factorio. But as I say, I'm very much aware that's a me problem, not necessarily a thing with the game. Lots of people have made things that are perfectly pretty with the game, and it's which is why I think it's probably me. That goes there, and of course we're going to need to plug everything in. So let's get the cables out. Run a cable from there to there, there to there. How are you doing for connections? You're on 6 already, so are you. Let's do that then. And over here, that one to there, and that to there. Blue, green, 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 green. Lots of green lights. Lots of green lights on the pumps. That's what I like to see. Okay. Yeah, I think the 3D does... Yes, the 3D makes it a bit more complex, sure. and possibly a little bit more tedious because of it. But I think there are a lot of tools that Factorio has that Satisfactory doesn't to make things easier, like copy and pasting, for example. So yes, it's not entirely down to the some of it is down to the game being 3D rather than 2D, sure, but also some of it is just down to it not being quite as well, not quite as mature a product. Because a lot of this, there's a huge amount of this system over here is very, very. It has 3 completely identical systems on the 3 different floors, and each of those is made up of 12 identical subsystems. And I can't copy and paste it. I have to build the whole thing, pretty much all of it individually. Yes, there are blueprints, but I don't think the blueprint editor is big enough to take the coal generators. It's certainly not smart enough to link pumps and pipes and things together for you. So whilst technically yes, you can build things with the not a power line. Whilst technically you can build things in the blueprint editor, and it sort of helps you make things more quickly. It's not actually that great. How many have I got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we've got all of our pumps over here now. So we've got 6 pumps filling this pipe up with water, and we've got 3 over there that are no longer used. So that's fine. That's known. That's expected. So we'll upgrade that one, and then along here we can upgrade all of this, and then as long as we have enough coal, we should find that absolutely everything works. Is it equally old as Factorio? Because I mean, this is clearly inspired by Factorio. This is a 3D version of Factorio, but then Factorio has been around for quite a long time, so they might have started making it quite soon after Factorio started being a thing, and sort of appeared and started gained popularity. So yeah, maybe. I don't really know. Factorio was early access for a very, very long time. This still is early access, so I suppose I shouldn't be being too critical of it while it's in early access, but think of it as constructive criticism, maybe? I'm not sure. Okay, so we're trying, these systems on here are trying to get going. This presumably has no water, so we're currently filling up the water buffer in all of the machines over there. I'm not quite sure what yellow means in the context of a power station. But none of them are staying yellow long enough for me to find out. It's gone idle, but it's got coal. Oh, yeah, it's short of water. I'm not going to criticise it for not having a story, because a game doesn't necessarily need a story. Factorio's story is about the same as this one. Granted, Factorio's story has an end, and I don't think this one's does. I think this one has the story of you've been sent over to a planet by some sort of evil mega corporation who are using you and various other people like you to go out and extract resources for them to sell. So that's why there's things like it calls you fix-it property whenever you get hurt and that sort of thing. But yeah, I don't think a good storyline is vital for a factory game, although it certainly doesn't hurt. But I don't hold the story levels against Satisfactory. Okay, so Factorio is 3 years ahead. So I guess if I compare what Factorio was like when I first started playing space exploration to what this one's like, then that's sort of fair by development time. However, I could easily believe that this is a significantly harder game to develop due to the 3D-ness of it. Now, why are we not getting enough water at the other end of this pipe? So this pipe is only half full. Why is it only half full? What's going on down here? You're not running flat out. You're not running flat out. I only seem to have 4 pumps running properly. Or even less. The pump down here is running away merrily. Flow rate is not 600 meters cubed per minute, so some of this water is not going through as fast as I would like. Head lift is fine, it's going up 41 meters out of 50, so that's okay. I think Factorio's end game is implicitly that you escape from you use the rocket to escape from the planet. Now, you don't actually get in the rocket and escape from the planet, but it's sort of implied that you're building the rocket to escape from it. However, with it being a computer game, you then have a sandbox mode after that. So, yeah, it's a little bit either way, but it does have that. It does sort of have that story. I will happily accept that it is not an amazing story, and I don't think it really needs to be. But it does. But that, I think that is the implied story of it. I'm going to stick in a tank up here and see what happens. Put it on. Oh, I can't put it on here because of the standard can't put things next to each other problem. Yeah, the Factorio 2.0 does look incredible. Does look very interesting. I'm really looking forward to it as well. And as soon as it comes out, don't worry, I should be streaming it and telling you all about my impressions of it. Right, so there we go. We now have a fluid buffer up here. How are you coping? You're filling up. I mean, that's what I'd expect, because there is more capacity for pumping water up here than we're using. And yet, for some reason, we're not getting the water down to the other end of this pipe. Pipe is empty. Pipe is empty. It's tier 2 pipe all the way along. This one's half full. Why are you only half full? Why are you not getting... And this one's 5 whatever this is full. 50% full. 50% full. 10%. 10% full. No, full. Not full. There's something broken along here. I'm just going to replace this bit. Oh, there's a tiny chunk of Mark 1 pipe in there because of course there is. Put it away. Yeah, I haven't needed this elsewhere, so I'm cautiously optimistic that that's going to have fixed it. I think it's because it's like having a little piece of yellow built in halfway along your belt, so you don't get full throughput, I suspect. Question is there another bit in there? There might be. Yes, there is. For goodness sake. So yeah, you can't trust. Apparently, you can't trust the game to just upgrade a pipe properly for you. So that was the problem. There are a couple of pieces so far of tier 1 pipe. Now the thing is though, down here, stop it. Down here, tier 1 pipe should maybe not this close, but eventually tier 1 pipe should be fine. Now how are you doing? 30% full, 80% full. Is that because this machine's filling up? This machine is full up. You now got a bit more. 4, 10. What? I've got to stop idly pressing the mouse wheel because it leads to that sort of thing happening. However, we do seem to have... I was going to say we seem to have all green lights now, and then one of them went red. Okay, oh, there's another bit. I mean, down here it shouldn't matter. We've got enough tier 2 pipe that it shouldn't... So we've got enough of this is tiered. It should only need to be tier 2 pipe halfway along, basically is what I'm saying. It's the fact that there's a little bit left out that wasn't, shouldn't really matter. I'm going to leave this floor for a little while to sort of try and sort itself out and see how the next floor down is doing. So you've got water coming in from this end, so I need to look over there for any red... Yes, there's a red light over there. So this floor is also having difficulties. Have we got the same problem here? No, that's completely full. Oh, we've not got enough coal coming in for this one. Alright, that's fair enough as problems go. I'm sort of not happy about it, but I can't do that. Yeah, I don't know what to do about it because there isn't enough coal around here. I guess the answer is to actually the answer is to invent Mark III mining drills, or to go off and grab that bit of coal up there and bring it down in a massive elevator, because there isn't any more anywhere near. I think the answer to this is to call this good enough. How are you doing? You're 60% full-ish. Okay, that's not bad. I think the answer is to call this good enough, but to be aware that I'm a bit short of power, and that I'm probably going to need to come back and upgrade all of this to tier 3 drills all the way around here to get a lot more output, and then everything will be okay. So let's go back over to the base and remind myself what we need to make tier 3 drills. Yeah, to be honest, Perfect Split, I would agree. Don't build your coal power plants vertically, because the game's collision detection doesn't work. I had all problems earlier making sure I ranged each row far enough out from the previous row to fit in for the game to not complain about them overlapping and colliding and stuff like that, and that was quite annoying. So yeah, I can't say if you're you're probably very wise to not vertically stack your power generation like that. It seemed like a really good idea at the time, just to take up a bit less space, build upwards, but it's been a bit stupid and a bit difficult and a bit awkward and a bit grumble rage. Yes. Right. So if I wanted such a thing as tier 3 mining drills, what would that cost me? Is that what this one is? Yes, it is. Okay, so I need to make those fused modular frames. So yeah, there's quite a bit to do in order to get those up and running there. Then that's a bit more than I was hoping for, should we say? Nuclear power I can do, not with the stuff in my pockets, but I'm not far off it. You know what? Let's just do this, and then maybe actually start using it. So that's all of that. I need another 1,000 cables and a load of the reinforced modular frames, which come through here somewhere. So cables are this box. So I need 1,000 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I need 200 of the reinforced frames, which go here. Oh. Production is paused, so I'm not getting any. I need to find where they actually come from then, which is over here. I would like to... Oh, they're being... Oh, they're going into a box. Oh, that's convenient. They're going into a box. Wait, I need 200. That's more than enough. Let's go and use those. Cool. I thought I needed 1,000 of those as well, so there were almost 1,000, so I just took the whole lot. Oops. Right, down here, you have some of that, and some of that. There we go. Big red button? No, it's not quite enough concrete. Ah, so close. It's so close I didn't notice I hadn't put enough concrete in. Because, yeah. Okay, it's more concrete. It's nice that whenever I go over to that warehouse over there, it always seems to be full of concrete. Or close enough to virtually full of concrete. So I am actually making it faster than I'm using it up, which is really satisfying.
Milestone reached. Uranium scanning unlocked.
Hooray!
With provided buildings
Found a bit,
and
actually.
parts, you can now set up nuclear power generation, which balances an increase of fuel production complexity with improved power output. A new project part enables progress to the next phase. Note, this method of power generation creates nuclear waste.
Oh well, I can probably put that in a warehouse and forget about it. That's kind of basically how you deal with nuclear waste, isn't it? So that was nuclear power. So that is giving me, the magnetic field generator, which I need up here. So I'll need to start making those, and they're made out of... Well, he's not going to tell me. I'll have to look in here. Scroll. Magnetic field generators. Those are made from... okay, those things, which are kind of complex. Actually, I take it back, actually. They were complex when I was making them initially. Now they don't feel anything like as complex, because I've advanced a bit. Is that... Electromagnetic control rod. That's not too bad. I don't have a lot of that stuff in the same place, but you know, batteries, sulfur, whatever that one is, aluminium. Makes okay. Into water. Again, not too bad, but there's quite a lot goes into that. So that's going to be a big job at some point. That's going to probably be a full stream. Yeah, there's an element of truth there, Split, but bear in mind you also need power for your pumps to work to produce the water for you to make the power out of as well. So there's a lot of circular reasoning going on there in this game. Right, can I clear my? How do I clear my shopping list? I'm sure there's a way to do it, but I can't remember what it is. Edit to do list. There we go. Yeah, I don't think I need 17 constructors anymore. I can't remember what that was for, but I don't think I want them right now. And the pipelines, I've used enough pumps out over there. Okay, now it's time to start thinking about what to do next. I was going to do another research in here, I think. Oh, we finished this. So, that doesn't seem at all useful. Because you can just turn quartz crystal in. I mean, you get a lot more, but it doesn't seem to be particularly expensive. You can make wire out of iron. I don't want that at all. Encased industrial pipe. And that's, instead of 4 steel beams and 5 concrete, you use 7 pipes and 5 concrete. I don't know whether that's a saving on steel or not. If it's a saving on steel, that could be quite useful. But as usual, I don't know how much steel is required to make these things. So, okay, it's 3 steel to make 2 pipes. It's 1.5 steel per pipe. And I don't know how many steel to make those, but I don't think that's worth having. I agree, Perfect Split. None of those are any good at all. So what was I doing? I was looking at some of the recipes in here, not here actually, but in general around and about here. I kind of wanted that one, which is 200. What's that? That's our silica, isn't it? Silica. I mean, we have a lot of that over in the aluminium production, so I could get 200. I could nick 200 of that without any problem. So I think that's worth doing. Because more inventory space is always useful. You've seen how much I struggle with that. Having a car would be fun, and that's really easy to do. Yeah, I'm definitely having that one. I've not really been using the grenades. I've not started making those, so that's a bit of a loss, a bit of a fail. But never mind. That's probably worth doing. What's that one? What's that? An object scanner. Okay, yeah, I can make those. That's easy. So yeah, I could do all of these. What are you at the bottom there? Radar technology. That sounds interesting. Don't know what it does, but it sounds interesting. So yeah, I think I want to pick up most of this stuff. So let's go back over to the quartz processing area, and well, that would have been worth using. Never mind. Head back over to the quartz processing area and see what I want, see what I can get from over there quickly and easily. Yeah, I have to admit, I've only really... Oh, I've got the wrong trousers. Wrong mitts. That one over there. Yeah, I've not used any of the nobelisks. They, I have, however, started using the rifle, and that's quite useful and quite fun. Oh, this area is powered down. Interesting. Am I making silica here? I suspect I'm not, but I suspect I could quite easily. Because we've got all the quartz. So let's come down here. Let's turn this one on. And, you know, cross our fingers. Whew, yes, nothing went bang. Excellent. Alright, so we've got the quartz there. Let's put an additional machine over here on the end, just to make me a load of silica. Can we snap you to that? Yeah, we can. You're the wrong type, though. You're an assembler. I want a constructor. There we go. And which floor is quartz on? None of them over here, because I didn't need it. Right, it's that one, that floor there. So if I now bring this along here, and here, and here, and damn it. So I know it's too steep. That's why I wanted to lift. Okay, we can lift it up. All right. I take back my implied rage. It's not an invalid shape. It's a U-turn. There we go. And now you're going to make me some silica, and you're going to get power from... I have no idea where you're going to get power from. Okay, that one over there. That's only on 5. Power from that to that. There we go. Nom 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 nom. Okay. There were other things that I was going to do as well that didn't require silica. So over here, what else do you need? Quartz. Right, so we're going to... That was the one that needed the silica, so we'll leave that running. Oh, I don't have... I probably don't have 32... Oh, yeah, oh no, I need 100 modular frames, so I don't have the frames for that. I don't have the motors for that. And I don't... Okay, I don't have the crystal... I don't have the circuit boards for that. Okay. So there's a lot of collecting of stuff needed, so I'm going to go back over to another area where the stuff I need is actually being made, which is this one. I'm pretty sure. Which doesn't have any power, but that doesn't matter. I don't think. We'll find out in a moment. No, I can still take stuff out of these machines. Good. I want the circuit boards, which is probably you, because you make computers. 51, and I needed 100, I think. Hopefully there'll be another 51 in this one. 58, even better. I also need the frames, which are being made. I have no idea where, but I'm sure they're being made here somewhere. Of course, I'm not going to see any of them on the belts, am I? What do you take? Oh, no, it's computers. Never mind. It's not here. There we go. Yes, those are basic frames. So that's this machine, I think, that's taking them. Yes, that's 50. I said, oh, my inventory's full. Ah. Once again, I picked up a load of leaves somewhere along the line. Leaves on the lines. Yes. I can go in the bin as well for me to find some more modular frames, which are coming out of these machines. So there's probably... Oh, no, there aren't any in there. I don't want to have to pick them up off this belt, but I guess I'm going to have to anyway. I'm pretty sure it was only 100 of these, so this won't take too long. There we go. And I don't have another rapid deployment thing over here, unfortunately, so I'm going to have to travel the old-fashioned way. Still, it's not so bad. I move reasonably quickly now. Even without an air cannon to take me places. Hup. And over here, right, I need the was it crystal oscillators, I think, or the radio? Yeah, the crystal oscillators. Those bunnies. Need a load of them. Now I can come back over here, grab this. Well, I'll come back for the silica once I've done a couple of these researches. Drop in here, and I would like to have from the quartz tree. I would like to have the car. Boom. 3 seconds is a silly amount of time for something to take. It's long enough that it's mildly annoying, but not long enough that you can go off, but not long enough to actually matter. Do that one as well. What does radar even do? We'll find out, I guess. And for this one, I need to get another hard drive. I need another 40 of those. Oh, more motors, damn it. And a scanometron. Okay. However, first, come over here. What have you got for me? 135. Not quite there yet, are you? I need another 60 for that to finish. Because over here it was 200. So I could go and get some more motors. What was the other thing I needed? Motors. Oh yeah, and I need to make the widget thing. Let's see if I've got the bits to make the widget thing. So that would be made in a where's the workstation? Here we go. The equipment workshop, I think. Probably find I'm wrong, but I think it's the right. Yeah, pretty sure this is the right one. So in here, I would like to make a object scanner, which requires 50 screws. Really? Fine. I guess I'll make a craft bench as well. And I could go nick these when I go off to go and get the motors, probably. But can I make 50 screws? I don't even know if I've got the... Yes, I can. So this is going to take a moment. Bear with me. Actually, it's not going to take too long. I'm halfway there already. But yeah, I need those to make my my scanometron. There we go. That's 50. That's 52. Whatever. Come in here. Make a scanner. Bom 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 bom. There we go. And now it was motors and feeling there was something else. Not you. Motors. Oh yeah, and the crystal oscillators. But we've got those here, so that's fine. So motors come from over here. Whoop. Slow. Stop. Return. Oh no! Ah! Fail. This is the big problem with the jetpack. Sometimes it runs out. However, this has brought me to the motor pickup station, which is convenient. So I can go in here. I've taken another stack of them. Oh no, I can't take another stack of them. What have I got that's absolute junk that I don't want? I've still got a load of flowers. Let's get rid of those. Have a stack of them. And let's go nuts. Before I fall to my dooms again. Oh no! There's... where am I? Oh, I'm here. Right, okay. Put that away. Randomly fly through between these cables. And then hopefully, yeah, with a little bit of bouncing like this will get me back to where I want to be. Now I can go and get those crystal oscillators, a bit more silica, and finish off everything over there. Not you, your radio control units. It is you. You are crystal oscillators. I've not got very many. What about in here? Open. 63. Oh, almost a full. Alright, well, throw away those 2 screws. Take crystal oscillators. You see why I want a little bit more inventory space. Right, and then down here we can go into the quartz section, and down here that's that one. Finish that one off. Boo, 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 boo. Radio scanning. Don't know what that. Again, don't know what that gets me, but it seems like it was there, so I thought I should probably do it. And then you've got me another 100 and whatever silica. Bring that over here, and then get myself some more inventory space, and that's going to be very, very valuable. So that one I would like to research. Inflated pocket dimension, nice. At least they're sort of, yeah, much better. At least they're lampshading the amount of the amount of space you get in. The fact that you can carry ridiculous amounts of stuff around with you. Okay, yes, you've got a pocket dimension to keep it all in. Okay, so I have just made myself a few new buildings, like a radio tower, a radar tower even. So I feel like I want to make one of these. I feel like I'm not going to have any of the stuff I need for it, but what does it do? Oh! Interesting. It reveals information on the map. So does that mean it's just going to push... I think I need to build one of these to find out what it does. I'd like to make one of those. What do I need? I need another 30... I need one more circuit board. Great. It probably uses a huge amount of electricity, of course, as is traditional for everything. What have you got? Where are my crystal oscillators? Why have I not got any crystal oscillators being made? What is the problems over here? Oh, it's just slow. That's the problem. It takes a minute to produce one. So the reason I've had plenty of them in the past is because I've just left it for ages, and so it's generated a big pile of them. But now I'm coming in and demanding them and using them. There aren't any available. Especially as this... Oh no... Yeah, especially as this uses them at 1.25 per minute. That produces them at 1 per minute. I'm amazed there were any. Maybe there's something else in here that's produced more slowly than that, like computers come in by train. I don't know. I feel like I need to put a splitter in on here, though, because these seem to be a thing that gets used a lot. So I'm going to put a splitter there and a box in next to this one over here for me to take them from when I need them. So we have an organisation, storage container. You go here, here, like that. And then I guess we have a belt that sort of sneaks around the back of here. And goes into there. Right, so we'll take some of them out and put them in there, so I can find them later. Right. Okay, so what have I achieved today? Not very much, because we've had the power crisis. I spent the whole time going around beating my head against that one. I've actually, no, that's not true. I've done an enormous amount of research, and a lot of the research is done by carrying bits and pieces you've made over to either the MAM or the hub and shoving them into it until it goes, yes, I've had enough, and gives you the new toys. So yeah, so actually that's I say it like I've not achieved anything today. That's not true. I've not built very much, apart from the power station over yonder somewhere. But I've completed quite a lot of extra researches and made some progress in that sort of area. So that's not too bad. Now, what's the next thing to do? I guess the next thing to do is to turn the power back on to everything and see how we cope. Because at the moment the batteries are mostly charged. If we turn everything on, like the computer factory and the motor factory, and the batteries are still charging, so you'll see the amount of power we could be using has gone up. The amount of power we're actually using has gone up a bit, but not too drastically, and we're still charging. We're half an hour away from fully charged. So all of that expansion I did has got me the extra capacity to run the entire factory. So we're okay at this point. Building the car does sound like a good idea, actually. Yeah, I won't disagree with that. Let's see what that needs. Transport car, explorer car. Does look fun. Able to climb almost vertical surfaces. Wow. So I can build that straight up, except I need 2 more crystal oscillators. So let's see if we've made those yet. 1. Has one made it into here and I can nick? No, because of course it hasn't, because it'll be turned straight into a radio doobery. And we've got 200 something of those in there. How close are you to making one? Halfway there. All right. So when this completes, yes, the car does sound like a good idea. It sounds like something fun to have a play with. Actually, looking at the rate of all the stuff coming into it, I do wonder if I could have a second machine doing this. I normally try to get all of this stuff quite carefully balanced, but there's so much. This takes so long. I feel like I could probably have. Well, there isn't room to put a second machine in, but I could probably could have had another machine making them and chucking them out onto here. That feels like it would be a good idea. I can see I'm going to miss it as it comes out and fail to grab it. Where is it? There it. Oh, we made 2 of them. Okay, cool. Right, let's go down to ground level to build this car, because it feels a little bit silly to be using it up in the air. Let's try and work out what ground level actually means around here. Yes, I think over here is probably a good place. Right, all right. Let's give it a shot. So I want to make an explorer. Put it there. I imagine it's going to need fuel. Get out of the car. Get around the back of the car. Workbench. There we go. Fuel. Can I give you this as fuel? Yes, I can. Excellent. I'm going to want that back. This is actually, yeah, this is a reasonably quick. Ooh, how's its falling ability? Pretty good. So it said it can climb near vertical cliff faces. So this won't be any trouble. What about this? No, that's slightly more than vertical. That was slightly overhanging. Yeah, this might be a... I don't know. It's not going to be the... It's not going to be the best way of getting around, I don't think. Still, the air cannons are going... It's still going to be better for places where I can go to by air cannon. This might be better. It's possible this is going to be better for things like getting out to the power area than going by vacuum tube. It's certainly going to be better than... climb over the rock, there we go. It's certainly going to be better than anything else for going out and exploring. Whether I'll be able to realistically get out to the plastic production area, I'm not sure, because that's a difficult route. But yeah, this seems quite good. Bit of a drift there. Where's my fuel level? It also pings itself up in the air rather easily and often. Where's the... Oh yeah, down at the bottom there in the middle. So it's already ripped through, and I can kill the wildlife with it as well. That's nice. Where's the handbrake button? I want to do a handbrake turn. Did I actually kill that pig thing? No, I didn't. I just knocked it over. Try again. This feels like revenge. Are you dead now, or are you just bouncing around on the floor? Honestly, can't tell. Nope, it's not dead. Not dead yet. It can dance and it can sing. Whoop. Yeah, I haven't actually tried the parachute yet. It seemed like a good idea. It seemed like a good idea because I kept falling and hurting myself. But then it seemed a bit unnecessary because I invented the jetpack, and that was most of the time that's good enough. Whoa, that's a long to the deep pit. Yeah, that looks like an infinite void of nothingness. I don't want to go off there, especially not with my shiny new car, because I'll probably lose everything. No, not the leaves. I don't want the leaves. I want the doom slug. There we go. Yeah, I can see how using a parachute to get around could be pretty cool. I say I just haven't tried it. There's so many things in the game, and that's one I haven't looked at yet. Right, let's get back to the real part of the world where I've got all my stuff happening. Drop off here. Drive through the... I don't know if there's skeletons or what. Boop. Annoy the pigs on the way through. What was I saying? Yeah, so I think my next goal is going to have to be trying to get the tier 3... actually, there's two possibilities. I could either go after tier 3 miners in order to get more coal out of those mine patches, or I could go after nuclear power and attempt to make it so that I don't actually need the coal anymore. Yeah, rushing phases is certainly a possibility. I don't know. I feel like I don't know the game well enough to have a worthwhile opinion on that. Actually, I feel like rushing other I feel like focusing on the researches you're interested in is probably the way to do it, and whether that means doing that through concentrating on specific rushing through the phases or just rushing through the researches, I'm not sure. Or actually, if you've played it before, you'll have an idea of the sort of things that you need and how useful each of the different things you might make is, and therefore you might be able to build a slightly less of a monstrosity than I've done here, and work out which ones are actually going to be useful. That would make sense, I think. Let's turn you on. See how see what that's done to my power consumption. It'd probably be one of those things where when I first built that machine, its power consumption was actually absolutely crazy, but compared to everything else I've done since, it's now not going to be all that significant. Yeah, seems to not be all that significant. Batteries are still charging. Okay, fine. Well, we'll leave it on. Let it churn through some of the some of this stuff that I put in here. What else have we got that I don't need? We don't need leaves. They're worthless. Wood. Now, wood I do turn into biofuels. We'll hang on to that. I've got a lot of computers. Let's get rid of some of those. That's probably slightly foolish, but never mind. Oh, sort. There's a button to do that for me. There we go. Sort. basically, I'm just going to get rid of some of the part stacks of things that I've got where there's not enough to be useful, and it's just taking up inventory space unhelpfully and unnecessarily. There we go. Yeah, I do have a huge mess. It's this mess here. My other factories since then have been a little bit neater, and I've been getting sort of, I want to think I've been getting gradually better, and so my second factory was certainly much better than this one, but not amazing. But then my third one, fourth ones are significantly better than that still. Although I haven't really started to do a final design that I use absolutely everywhere. Although I'm fairly close with the way I did the aluminium and quartz factory, but then that's quite small, so I feel like it hasn't had room to turn into a horrible mess, and that's probably a good thing. That's probably the secret, is keep your sub-factories relatively small, and then just stick the stuff on the trains, because that way it doesn't have a chance to turn into a huge mess, as I say. The slugs are handy. I haven't used them that much. I used them quite a lot when I was doing the Christmas stuff. Because I didn't want to put too many machines down for something that was going to be fairly temporary, or thought was going to be fairly temporary. So I've got a lot of that's been I used the slugs quite a lot there, but elsewhere I've not really bothered. It's easier just to sort of to have more machines, and I think that seems to be the way I tend to play anyway. Are you sure my mess looks better than yours? I mean, in here it gets pretty convoluted and you can't even see what's going on because it's got dark. Can I put up any lights? Where do lights come in this thing? Organisation, perhaps? Wall-mounted floodlight. I haven't got any walls to mount it on. There's one over there, actually. I could put that there. And then give it power. Boop. There we go. It can really highlight that gold cable making machine. Yeah, down here is definitely a mess. It sort of grew organically from the best intentions, and then just turned into a spaghetti. The next floor up, slightly better because I'd learned a little bit by then. The next floor up, quite good as it goes. We've got the machines are in nice, neat, orderly ranks here. And they're basically this entire floor is just here to make screws in massive quantities. So we're making the iron rods over here, then churning them through screw making machines to be then fed off to other machines elsewhere in the factory. So, yeah. Oh, you had actual loops. Hang on, how could you have a loop? Surely there's no recipe that outputs one of its input or has an input and output. Always. Yeah, or was it just a belt that went in a loop and never carried anything or something like that? I can almost see how you might end up with that, but if you connected something by mistake, that's quite funny, I have to admit. I want to make the radar tower, but I also know it's going to be about half an hour until I get the enough crystal oscillators for it. Oh, splitters and mergers. Ah, I see. Yes. Okay, I can see how you get splitters and mergers going into each other. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, tier. Oh, I've done nuclear power. Leading edge production. This is clearly going to be the next thing I want to generate. I want to do. So we'll stick that one up here in the old to-do list. Let's have a little bit think about nuclear power while I'm here though, because I think power. There we go. Nuclear power, because that seems quite nice. Yeah, I feel your pain. I feel your pain, Paladin. I could easily see me doing that as well. So yeah, so that requires so many things. It goes off the edge of the page. Great. Let's say I wanted to build one of those. I'd need another 5 supercomputers. I suppose having a supercomputer to power run a nuclear plant would be quite a good idea. So it consumes nuclear fuel rods and water, produces electricity and nuclear waste. Fair enough. Shuts down if fuel requirements are not met. Fair. So does everything else. That doesn't seem like a problem. So I would need to generate nuclear fuel. How do I do that? Be a part, I suppose. Probably a part. Yeah, uranium fuel rod. Uses fuel for nuclear power plant. So I'd need to make uranium fuel cells. So that's uranium, concrete, and I think that's sulfuric acid, probably. Expand. Probably sulfuric acid. Encased industrial beams, sure. Electromagnetic control rods, that's another thing. Yeah, I have found a small patch of uranium, and I can scan for it now as well, so I should be able to get a decent amount of it without too much difficulty. Although I need to build the hazmat suit in order to be able to do so safely. So, yeah, in case uranium fuel cells, sure. Industrial beams, sure. Electromagnetic control rods. I say sure, like I know what goes into those. Oh yeah, it was so that was the sulfuric acid again. Have I even made sulfuric acid yet? I can't remember. Oh, it's sulfur and water, fine. Or unpackage it, sure. Or oh, you get some of it back when you make your uranium. That's annoying, but manageable. Okay. What was that? Oh, it's the electromagnetic control rods. Oh yeah, they're not too bad, except that none of it is in a useful place. So I'll be wanting to bring it. Oh, actually, AI limiters are fairly easy. So I could bring. Yeah. So if I wanted to do nuclear, I'm going to need to bring in copper and gold and steel and uranium and concrete and sulfur. That's a lot of things to bring in, but none of it are things I can. But there's no point in doing anything else. There's no point in bringing anything else in partial quantities of any or any of that. And I'm going to need to do it near water. Okay, that doesn't sound unmanageable, but it's going to be a lot of building stations, and I mean a lot of building stations, because that was about 7 different things I'm going to need for this, wasn't it? So the fuel. Let's run through them again. So if I build it where there's uranium and water close together, which I'm pretty sure that I know a place where there is. I think so. If we scan for uranium, I believe there is uranium. It's on a giant waterfall. So yeah, here. Yeah, I think there's uranium here. So I can pull the uranium out from here and have a nuclear power plant up here because we've got plenty of water, and I've already made that area reasonably safe. We've got some. I think that's sulfur down there, even though it looks like cheese. Oh, pink. Okay, so is uranium up there? Maybe it's just a small patch of uranium I found over there. Then, anyway, we've gone up to that area. We've made that area safe. I put my uranium power plant in here, but then, that's not on the train network because the trains are all down here in the valley, and that's a million miles up. You can tell by the colours of the contours. This is a particularly low area. My trains are normally this sort of grayscale colour. This is much much higher up. So, unless I build some sort of train spiral. Getting them up there is going to be interestingly difficult, but still, I mean, it's clearly going to be a thing I'm going to need to do if I want to get nuclear processing up and running. Or I have a load of stations down here and belts to take it up over to this area, which again not impossible. I could go and buy the quartz pickup station. I could put in another half a dozen stations across there to bring and then run massive beltivators up to here. And then take it in across this way. Or actually, the water's here. Yeah, so I can have the mine up here, bring the uranium down here, and then do all the processing in this sort of area. That's possible. That's manageable. Yeah, maybe. Hello, Dog Whale. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I think in general, having separate sub-bases that can build things. So you've got this. The big problem I've found with Satisfactory, I think, is in getting your input levels balanced and sensible. So when you start off, you run an iron belt in from your iron mine to an iron mine, iron smeltery, machines to use it. Fine, okay, that works quite well early game, and then you put more machines in, and you use up more and more of the iron, and eventually you get to a point where you're not bringing the iron in fast enough. So maybe then what do? You bring in another feed of iron from another mine and have it top it up, so you've got a bit more going through there, or have another one separately. But the problem is, if you feed all of these, if you have a mine feeding each place that requires iron, for example in this case, then when one area stops using it, then you need an awful lot of mines, and so if you've got 10 areas, you need to have 10 mines, assuming each one uses about a mine's worth. However, half those areas aren't going to be running all the time because they'll have filled up with computers or screws or plates or whatever it is they're making. And so you've got 10 supply systems out there that are only supplying 5, that are only running 5 things, and 5 of them are completely idle. So I've hit up, my idea is that I've barely started at the moment, but over here I have over somewhere. No, it's not here. It's down here. Somewhere I have a copper drop and a copper pickup station, and so my idea is that trains are going to bring. It must be over. Where is it? I don't know. Somewhere I have it anyway. So my idea is that trains are going to bring in copper, and all the trains are going to bring copper in from all the mines, drop it off at this station, and then other trains are going to come in from all of the places that use copper and pick it up from there. So I've got one central place that's just sort of supplying stuff, and hopefully that'll mean that we have enough. And hopefully that'll mean I don't need quite as many mines to provide enough resources to keep everything running, and it provides buffers in those 2 stations as well, which helps a little bit. You can start high and build down. I mean, yeah. The problem is, it's not too difficult to get resources from one place to up and down. That's what I've already done with the aluminium is coming. In fact, you know, I'll go and show you because this is kind of interesting. Where am I up here? Let's go and use my big cannon thing. The aluminium station is sort of interesting. So over there, you see that tall blue thing over there. Aluminium is up beyond there at the top of that cliff, somewhere off in the distance there. So there's a long belt that runs along from there. I'm running out of fuel. Ow. Mostly safe touchdown. Let's have some berries to make me feel better about that fall. There's a lot of berries up here. Take the berries! There we go. There's a lot of berries up here. Let's grab some of these and then we can eat them while I talk. Alright. So, yes, over here. We have the aluminium being dug up over there beyond the top of that cliff over there, coming along a belt that goes along the top of that foundation, and then down a ridiculously long belt conveyor going into this station down here. And from here, trains can take it away to wherever it's needed. That's fine. Over there, I've got the same sort of thing with quartz. The quartz is being dug up over there somewhere near the aluminium. It comes over this. No, sorry, it's being dug up on the top of there. It goes up that conveyor elevator that you can just see over there, and goes off to the aluminium processing because we need a bit of it for silica, and also comes down here and goes into this station to be turned into, to be brought over to down here to be turned into the crystal oscillators that I've been using. So the uranium is probably up on the top of there somewhere. Let's have a look. Yeah, exactly, yeah, Paladin. So that's what I'm working for. I'm in theory going to have a copper hub, an iron hub, and so on and so on. That's the plan. But at the moment, I only have the copper one, and it's not really being used by anything because I'm only just getting started with that with the way I'm intending to use it. But I need to expand it and make it bigger and better and more and more and more so. What was what, Paladin? You might have to specify a little more. Let's do another scan for uranium now. I'm over here to get an impression of where it was. So I think there was some that was just up here somewhere. No, just up here, sorry. Oh, yes, the cannon. I'll show you that again in a second. So that is just the uranium first. So that is it's over that way apparently. So that's up there with the silica, with the quartz. Sorry. So I'd need to put in some sort of mine up there, and then potentially bring it down to here to another station, to another train system, or do I put in all of the other do I put in 5 more stations around here and bring all of the other things that are needed up on elevators like that up into this sort of area in order to deal with it? So it's a bit of an awkward one. The other possibility is to put in a train spiral, so the train goes round and round and round and round, and eventually gets up there and can go off into this area and do useful train things like delivering stuff. I've sort of avoided doing that so far because it's going to be horrible to make it, because the way the rail building system game in this game is horrible. But yes, as you say, there is a lot of water up there, and it's going to need a lot of water for all of that. So it seems like a good place. Scan again. Scan. It seems so. Yes, up there does seem like a good place to have that. It's just getting in all of the other resources that are going to be needed is going to be a little bit of a pain in the what's name. So yeah, I think you've more or less talked me into it. I think up there is going to be a good place to do the uranium processing. The question then becomes: do I want to put in some sort of lifting system to carry all of the? Do I want to have a massive area of stations down here with belts going up the cliff and going into that area, or do I want to put a train spiral in and try and sort that one up? Is it easy to build rails up or down? I have no idea. Building rails is generally horrible. I don't know what the best way to do it is. I haven't built... The only sort of three-dimensional stuff I've done with any of my rails is a few little ramps like that one over there. There's a bit there. There's a couple of bits like that. There's another one over there somewhere in the distance. There are a few little climby up and downy bits like that. But basically, my entire rail system, I intended for the rail system to be quite high up, to the point that the trains would go above the terrain. And then I came over this way and realised just how 3D, how big the cliffs are in this game, and how much there is in the way of slopes and things. Right, so the vacuum, the air cannon thing. So I guess you're presumably familiar with the vacuum tube transport systems. These things, the vacuum tubes. So put the grapes away. So you have a what are they even called? You have a hypertube entrance. It goes into hypertubes, and you can ride along those. And I've got a few quite long ones of those. There's one that ends over there, that comes from over there. There's one that goes out. If I look over this way, out. There's one over here somewhere that goes all the way from the computer production, no, the motor production area, all the way out there, up that thing, and then disappears off into the distance, goes over to aluminium processing. So we've got that. However, it turns out if you put several of the entrances in a row like this, now you have to put an entrance and then a piece of hypertube like that, and then another entrance, a piece of hypertube, and so on and so on and so on. If you go into the first end, in fact, actually, before I do this, I'll see how many crystal oscillators I've got. 11. That's not many. I don't suppose there's any in here, is there? No. If you run into the end of it, especially if you go in with a bit of oomph to give yourself even more momentum, then you get fired through them all. You get launched through the air with the greatest of ease, and from there you can then use your jetpack to give yourself a little bit more loft, and you can cover quite long distances quite quickly as long as you built a cannon pointing in the right direction. It's a really effective way to get around. Really effective way to get around until you run out of jetpack fuel. Oh, that's not good for me. Let's eat some more berries. Yeah, so I've been gradually going through and sort of lamenting lots and lots of the ways you get around. So running around on foot is a pain. Driving isn't much better. Sliding down these cables is ridiculous. At least until you get the jetpack. So I mean, I've still got the slidey thing. So I can come up here. Did you discover these things where you can slide along power cables? Oop, and then you get knocked off, or you come off at the end, or you go the wrong way, and it's all a bit difficult. Once you've got the jetpack, it's not so bad because you've got a bit more. You can let go of them and have a bit of control and get yourself back to where you wanted to be. But initially, early on in the game, trying to get around with those things is an enormous pain, and it was horrible. Then you get the jetpack. The jetpack is great. Really like the jetpack. Was this one of my? Oh, this is one of my early attempts at making a cannon, and this one's horizontal. The jetpack is great, but you can't use it for travelling long distances. The bump slide, the slide jump thing is ridiculous. But these things are they're a lot of fun. Where does this take me to? I don't know. Just somewhere where I'm going to run out of fuel, probably. Oop. Fortunately, landing at high speed doesn't seem to hurt. It's just landing at high vertical speed that hurts. Yeah, I think this is the way. I've even got a few little suction tubes like this one, because I built this. This was from when I was building it. This is my steel. This is a steel smeltery. So I think, is iron actually dug up here? Yes, iron is dug up here, but coal's brought in by train, and then they're added together down here to make steel, and then steel can be taken away by other trains. So yeah, it works quite nicely. But yeah, I have some very, very long vacuum tubes like that one that goes from all the way from the main base over there, all the way through here, and eventually disappears off into the distance and goes over to the power generation area. So yeah, there are some pretty long vacuum tubes around here as well. But yes, the vacuum tube cannons are definitely the superior way to travel. They're so much quicker. They take a bit more setup, and they do require power at the launch end. But yeah, they're easily the fastest way to get around. I'm quite fond of them. Oh, that's true. Yes, with a parachute. Yeah, with a parachute they might be even better. I should try that. Although I can't remember how to make fabric at the moment. So, oh, yes, you have to pick mushrooms, don't you? Although I did see a recipe for. I think I saw a recipe for fabric for making polyester, basically fabric from oil. Fabric. Where's my caps lock on? Okay, yeah, it's just mushrooms and biomass at the moment. So yeah, I haven't found a good extended recipe for that yet, which is a shame. Speaking of, I should go and put this hard drive I acquired in a MAM and get it scanning again and see what I can get from it. See if I can get something useful from it this time. Right. What am I doing? Where am I? Where am I with my progress? Is what I'm actually meaning here.
Relaying message. Hello, this is Paternal Figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
So there's an alien artifact around here that I'm not quite sure where it is. It's just been whinging at me for the last I don't know how long. I believe. Oh, am I going to get up? No. Ow. I believe there's only one world, and the and what you see and all that changes is your starting position in that world. So yeah, so if you don't need to start again with World 1 if you don't want to. You could just start with one of the other ones and just jump and just explore from there, and you will eventually find this area and be able to come here. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't tried that, but I understand that I believe that there is only one world and it's all the same place. Okay, where's this alien artifact you've been wittering about? Ooh, more berries. Given how much I've been falling off stuff recently, I think if carrying a few more berries around with me would be a good idea. Nope, no alien artifact up here, I don't think. No, nothing up here but us berries. Oh, there's a slug over there. Could go and get that. So presumably if it's not up here, is that it? There's the alien artifact.
Harvest.
Uh-oh, I'm about to get attacked. Well, something's trying to attack. Oh, there it is over there. Stop it. Yeah, you better run. Oh, there's another one. And reload. Okay, got a couple hundred rounds left. Get. This is where the homing ammunition would be quite useful. Yeah, I think if I did play this again, which I suspect I probably won't, at least not for a while. But if I did play again, then I would just start in a different starting location, just for difference and variety, because I've got and I don't think, apart from the shape of the terrain, I don't think it's going to make that much difference to the way the game plays. A lot of the time, you're just going to be building up. You're just going to be building up high pieces of scaffolding. I don't mean scaffolding. I mean foundation, way up above the ground to build on. So whether you start over here or whether you start off in the area over there with all the shale bark, whether you start, it doesn't. I don't think it really makes a lot of difference. The game is going to play more or less the same. It's going to be a little bit more awkward getting around in the early game before you've got jetpacks and stuff like that for moving. But is that dead? Can't tell. But once you got to sort of at least mid game, it's going to stop making any difference because you'll because the terrain doesn't really matter. You just build wherever you are. I can't tell if that's dead or not. Oh, it is. It is dead because it's dropped some remains. It's just glitching a little bit. Okay. Can I get up there in one jump? Probably not. I'm not even going to try. Let's land on here. So, yeah, early game, I think it's going to make quite a bit of difference where you are, and it's probably going to be a bit frustrating if you're in somewhere where it's difficult to get around. But later on, who cares? You just fly and you build your concrete areas up high, and if you run into a cliff, well, you run into cliffs around here as well. There is given that this is the easiest place, supposedly easiest place, and it's still got lots of 3D stuff. Is it going to make much difference? I don't know. Yeah, I'm on to phase four of the space elevator objectives. So what that means for advances, I wouldn't like to say. Oh, thanks for the resub, Sapphire. And yeah, okay, that was 2 hours ago. I apologise for not noticing, but my brain was melting while I was trying to play with things. As you say, were a bit complicated. So, but thank you for the resub anyway. I have had a couple of advantages that you may not have had. Okay, Al. Thanks for joining. I think it might be time for bed for me as well soon, but not just yet. Yeah, I had a couple of advantages. One of which is that I'm playing on stream, and that means that I've had quite a few people who've got more experience with the game than I have. Dropping hints, shall we say, and sometimes straight up spoiling things. No, but generally dropping hints and telling me what I should or could do. Like I didn't think of the cannons myself, for example. That was an idea that someone gave me, and it took me about 3 attempts to get it to work properly. So yeah, that was an advantage. And another advantage is that I've played a lot of Factorio, and this game is very different to Factorio, but it also shares quite a lot of similarities with it. There's a certain amount of overlap in how you make things, in working out ratios. In the train systems work in the same way, except that making rail in this game is a pain in the butt. But basically, the concept, the general ideas are fairly similar. So having played a lot of Factorio and knowing how to do that, I think has made a big difference. It is quite a big help for playing this. Yeah, I suspect there's probably a lot of stuff I've been doing where people who are more familiar with the game than I am, or who aren't familiar with Factorio, would do things very, very differently. I'm not sure what those ways are, because as I say, I approach it like a Factorio player. But I wouldn't be surprised at all if there are lots of things that I'm doing that are that seem very, very strange to anyone who's played who's played a lot of this and hasn't played Factorio. Just because, as I say, I do things in ways that seem natural to me based on being a Factorio player. So yeah, But then that's the wonder of an open world sandbox game, is you can do lots of things in very, very different ways. So. Never played Factorio. Okay. Oh, stockpiling. Yeah, there's not really. I mean, it's worth stockpiling a little bit of stuff. So, for example, up here, I've got a chest here that contains a load of iron plates, because early on in the game I needed large quantities of iron plates for all the belts and the machines and things I was making. So I put in a chest to store them, and there's another one over here for the reinforced iron plates. So when I need a load of iron plates to build belts and stuff, I can come over and grab them from it. I've got a few places where I've got a supply of pipes or of steel beams down here, for example. The pipes are getting used up as fast as... not quite as fast as they're being made, but they're getting used up pretty quickly, so this isn't very good. I've got another storage somewhere else for them. But a lot of these sort of things, a lot of the bits and pieces that go into making buildings, it's very useful to have a stockpile of those around. And you might have seen earlier when I came over looking for some of these things, I don't have these going into a warehouse, so when I want some of those, I have to go to the machine that makes them and hope that it has a decent number stockpiled in it, and I can come over and grab 48 modular frames from here, which is a start, I guess, but it's then I don't have a huge stockpile of them, and it would be useful to have that. So I think if I did play this again, I would build up a factory that makes things for construction. And so it would have the machines hidden away. There would just be, when you approach it, there would just be a row of these storage containers with various different things in them. And you come along to them, and you can grab iron plates or reinforced iron plates or copper cable or copper wire or cable or whatever, all the things that are needed for construction. Now there are rather a lot of things that are needed for construction, so there will be rather a lot of these crates, but it would be very, very useful to have them rather than having to then sort of just delve deep somewhere in over here to try and find whatever it is you're looking for. Now, I probably could do that over here. I could set up a load of... In fact, maybe I probably should do that over here. I should set up a load of crates somewhere down by the end of the vacuum tubes, or maybe a little bit further out, or set up another cannon. I should set up a logistics central hub area, maybe down by the Christmas tree. Where have I got room? Yeah, perhaps down there or something, down by the Christmas tree, with the vacuum tubes going to it, with a big vacuum cannon like this, maybe an even bigger one, and several of those pointing off in different directions, so I can easily get to wherever I want to go in the base, and where there's a huge rank of storage containers with all kinds of useful things stored in them, so that it's relatively easy to come back and grab whatever I need. That could be quite useful. So yeah, covering the warehouses with flooring, so that you can sort of run across the top and grab things out of them. That's an interesting idea. I can see that making a certain amount of sense. I don't like having stuff clipping through other things if I can avoid it. I've generally tried to avoid it pretty much everywhere. Cables don't count, and pylons apparently don't count either, as you can clearly see here. But in general, I try not to have things clipping through other things because I don't like it. But having a big supply of the warehouses is quite useful. So the ones that I haven't actually used any of the big storage containers. Do they have a single inventory? So it's a single inventory with 2 inputs and 2 outputs. Okay, so it's effectively a normal storage container with a splitter on the input and a merger on the input and a splitter on the output. Okay, that's not. Yeah, I don't really care, but if you need the extra space, I can see that being useful. But I don't need to store that much stuff. Yeah, I don't need. Normally, I want many different things to be stored. So, for example, over here, I've got 3 normal storage containers stacked on top of each other. So at the bottom, I put wood in at the bottom. It goes through here and gets turned into biomass that goes up here into the top one, and then that goes down into a machine somewhere else. Can't even see where the belt goes. Oh, it goes into a machine over there where it gets turned into biofuel and then gets brought back and put into the middle middle storage container. So I can dump wood there and take biofuel from here, and there's just a storage container for the biomass on the top, which there doesn't really need to be, but I had so much wood at various times I thought it was a good idea. So I've got storage space, extra storage space there. But looking at it, you can clearly see that I'm absolutely full on both the biomatter and the biomass and the biofuels. So, yeah, I've over-engineered this a little bit. I've got, or maybe I haven't because I've been throwing wood away, but I've still got a full warehouse of both of those things. So, it doesn't really. Yeah, it has just accumulated over time. But yeah, I'm starting to really like the idea of having lots and lots of boxes with a landing pad and lots of vacuum cannons all arrayed around it for ease of travel. The hardest part is going to be getting all the things I want out of this tangle of nonsense over here, which is part of the reason I've not done it, and I guess I don't know. Yeah, it is a tempting reason not to. Maybe if I put it over to the side over here somewhere, that would be better, because then I could have the belts coming out sideways, and that might be easier. Yeah, I could put it sort of on the edge of here, perhaps. A big sticky outy bit and to aim for, and land on here, get all the stuff I want, and then, yeah, cannons firing off. At least, certainly that way, and maybe even that way as well. Yeah, something to consider next time. For the next stream, I think, because that feels like a good idea. So if I forget about it, do remind me, and I'll get it built up. As well as then working towards nuclear power and leading edge production. Those are also things I'm going to need to be doing. many things to do. However, I feel like the stream has sort of come to a natural pause, should we say. I finished off the things I was doing, which was a big pile of research and getting the power up and running again. So I feel like I've done pretty much all of what I can do at the moment. Without setting out on a massive project. So I think this is probably going to be quite a good place to end the stream. Unless anyone has any questions or they'd like me to show them anything around the factory, I'd be very happy to do a little bit of a tour, because to be honest I normally wouldn't really finish until about 1:30, so I'm happy to carry on for a bit further, a little bit longer if you've got any questions or anything you'd like to see. Happy to go around and go, look, here is my thing that does whatever, and that sort of stuff. Ooh, let's see how actually I don't know why I took off of that. Let's see how the battery charging is going. Because I think they should be they're fully charged now. We've got plenty of power available. We're producing 2.9 gigawatts, and we're consuming 2.1. So we've got loads to spare there. So there's a nice amount of headroom there. All right. So I say, unless there are any requests. Yeah, well, yes and no. The batteries will smooth out any spikes in the load. So if you briefly need more power than you can produce, then they'll smooth that out quite happily. Granted, bioburners will do that as well. However, the problem I had earlier today was that the batteries had run down without me noticing it, because my power consumption had gone over my power generation capacity, and so that meant the batteries were all completely dead. And in the end, the only way I managed to get things bootstrapped and up and running again was to go around and fit a load of switches to various places around the various sub-factories around the base, so I could cut off bits of the factory. And then I did a sort of a controlled turn on again, and then had to go and hold the breaker down because the game is glitchy and buggy and frustrating. But had a couple of problems with that, but eventually got it up and running again. The system is now working. I've got everything turned back on again now, and it seems to be all right. Because I did put in another 18 coal generators, I think it was, quite a lot anyway. Interesting. You shouldn't be popping fuses if you're only using half the load. So it took me a little while to work out what all of the different lines in here are. So what have we got over here? We've got consumption is what your factory is using right now, the orange line. Capacity is the amount of power you can generate if you have everything running. So the light grey line, and production is the dark grey line underneath it. So I think the reason it's going like this, I think, is because I've got a dodgy coal supply for my coal plants and a dodgy fuel oil supply for the fuel oil power plants. So I think that's why this is going up and down a little bit wobbly. And then I think that gap in there, I think that's the biomass burners. So they don't burn unless they need to. So I think that's why there's a little bit more available there that isn't being used. Then up here is the maximum consumption. That's what all of your factory will use if everything was running all at the same time. And that's a crazy number, and unfortunately it never seems to be anywhere near it. So the ones that matter basically is the light grey line, because that's the maximum amount you can produce, and the orange line because that's what you're using. If that one goes above this, tries to go above this one, then you start using it out of the batteries, and eventually the batteries drain and the power goes off. Now I've put in smart switches, which in theory will cut out at the right time to save to mean only certain bits of the factory will lose power. We shall wait and see how that goes. I don't know, that sounds like it might have been a shortage of... The water might not have been making it to your power generation, so maybe not all of your generators were running properly because they were starved for water. That was a bit of a problem I was having over in my with my coal area. Let's go and have a look. I may still be... No, at the moment they're coal starved. So I've got... The reason that bar was wibbling up and down is because some of my generators aren't capable of running all the time because they just can't... they can't get in enough... Well, it's enough coal at the moment, but it was enough water earlier. So... Yeah, I think the hardest part I've found about generating power in this game is finding a good place where coal and water are close together. So I've done a few separate power generation areas. There was my where's my mouse? There's my mouse cursor. The first one I think was down here because I found some coal and some water fairly close together. But it's a pathetic, or it might have been here actually, where it was a pathetic patch of water. I could only fit like one pump in there, so I didn't get very much from that. So then eventually I discovered that this area over here has, well, it says lots of coal. It's actually only 4 coal seams, which isn't that many. It doesn't feel like all that many now, but at the time it seemed like a lot. And there's a big lake down here that can provide plenty of water. So this seemed like a really good place to be doing my power generation. I've also got a bit of power generation over here, but this is from fuel oil that's being made as a byproduct of making the plastic and the rubber. So I don't remember whether that required water or not. It probably does, but then again, that's quite close to a lake over here. I believe the map is always the same. There is only one map. I mean, it's been handcrafted, which is why it's so detailed and complex and has so much sort of interest, and basically why it's so much more interesting than a Factorio map would be, because there's just a lot more to it. It's been handcrafted by real, actual people rather than being generated on the fly by a computer program. So yeah, up here, what have we? Oh, got a lack of jetpack fuel. Come on, recharge. Right, so up here we've got there we go. So running along here, all of these are green, and then there's ones on the end go red sometimes. Now, in my particular case, if I come over here and have a look at this one, it's because there's not enough coal. The water is absolutely fine because I've got enough pumps down there to provide all the water I need. The ratio seems to be that you need, so depending on what tier, if you're using tier 1 pipes, you need 3 pumps, three water extractors I think they're called, and that will run 6 coal generators. If you've got tier 2 pipes, you can have 6 pumps, 6 water extractors on it, and you can run 12 coal generators off it. So yeah, those are the numbers. These produce 50 each. No, the pumps produce 100 each. The pipes will take 300 or 600 depending on the level of pipe you've got. And then the generators use about slightly less than 50 each, but I rounded to 50 to keep a bit of a safety margin in there. So yeah, when you want to set up a generator, you want to do a scan for coal. When you want to set up a coal generator, you do a scan for coal. You find a place that's got some coal patches, ideally multiple coal patches. And got water nearby, so I went out looking to see where these coal patches were, and I found this lake. So you can't scan for water, but you can scan for coal, and then go off and investigate the coal patches. I started down here. There's plenty of iron down there, but not much else. And coal, and there was some coal there as well, actually, but there's no water at all. Well, actually, there's a bit of water over there, so I suppose I could have piped the coal from here over to the water up here, but it's not a very big lake. This one over here, you've seen how many pumps I've put into this lake, but then maybe this would have been a good one to start with, and I could have piped the coal in from over here. But I was already using this for something else. I think for powering my tractors, and I can't remember this. I think making steel as well. I could also scan for iron ore, for example. Oh, there's some more coal down here, yes, but that wasn't so useful because there wasn't any water down here, or there wasn't enough water down here. So over here, I have a small amount of power generation happening over here, but there's not very much. There's not room for much of it. In fact, let's get rid of some of these. There wasn't room for very much coal generation over here because, very much power generation over here because I couldn't get enough pumps in this puddle because it's a really small puddle. Let's get rid of some more of these markers as well. I don't need all of these anymore. They're a bit unnecessary. There's a load of crates have been scattering everywhere. That's a mess. Yeah, this is a good place for generating power. As I say, I'm running almost 36. Let's have a look. How many am I running? I've got 36 coal generators along here. I'm sort of 2 or 3 are struggling on this level. Couple on that one. The bottom level is okay because that sort of gets priority due to the way things are hooked up. So yeah, I'm probably running about 30 coal generators successfully here, and then about 5 unsuccessfully. because you don't. What I would personally say, I think I did it more or less right here. So what I did was I started down here because I didn't know any better, and at the beginning of the game you're not very mobile and you're also very bad at defending yourself. So I would recommend sticking around here, maybe in this sort of area. Probably in hindsight I'd have gone a bit further north. I'd have built up my initial factory probably in this sort of area here. I think this is probably the easy place to start. Then when I wanted coal power, yes, coming up here and putting in a coal processing, and basically putting in this system that I've got here, over here, and then linking it up with power cables, or eventually potentially with rail, to transfer the power, that I think is the way to go. I don't think you need to... I don't think you want to come over and try and start here, because the terrain is so awkward that building around here would be quite difficult. You're better off just having an outpost here that's doing your power generation, and keeping the rest of your factory perhaps down here, and then building from there. Because you're not going to find anywhere that has absolutely everything. You're going to need the whole point of the game is that the resources are spread out in order to make you go places. So what am I searching for? Uranium, apparently. That's not what I meant to do. So let's look for copper, for example. You need a fair amount of that. If I go onto the map view, there's probably not going to be any copper here. And in the beginning of the game, you need iron and you need copper. So this would be a terrible place to start for that. You'd be having to bring the copper in from blooming miles away, and you'd be doing it by belt because you wouldn't have anything better. Where's that copper? Okay, I take it back. There is a little bit of copper here. But yeah, nowhere is going to be the perfect place that's going to give you absolutely everything you need. You're always going to be, no matter where you go, you're always going to be short of something. Actually, this place does seem to be quite good. It's got iron up here, it's got copper, it's got a load of coal. So maybe actually for early game, this is quite good, except that it's really cramped. You don't have a huge amount of space. Although perhaps when you get, if you get foundations quite early on, you could put a lid over this whole area and just build on top of that, and then you'd be fairly close to the aluminium, so that'd be useful. But it's still a relative. This area is still a relatively small area to build in compared to what you've got down here in the Great Plains. So yeah, I think I would lean somewhat towards building out over here, and then this could be a power plant, and then you could have, and then oil is all the way over here. Actually, I wonder if there's another oil patch around over here. The other thing to worry about, of course, is what the enemies are like. So with this being a starter area, you only get the tier 1 enemies. They're quite easy to kill. You can do it with the you can kill the first few of them you get with just the little shock prod, and then when you get the big shock prod, they're really, really easy. When I came up here, I actually had to run away because we're getting so many dangerous enemies. Where's that oil? Oh, there's a bit over there, miles away. And a bit up there, that's also quite a long way. So you see, this is difficult for oil. Yeah, so down here, the enemies are all relatively easy. You can take them out with just the shock prod or the big stun stick. Up here, they're blooming awful. They're at least tier 2 enemies, and there are a few tier 2 enemies over here in the oil area, and that was really difficult because I didn't have the rifle when I first went over here. So it took me quite a lot of attempts, and the reason there's a number of crates over here is because I died quite a few times because I was building out a massive connection of using these giant pylons to skip across the landscape and then sliding down the cables between them. But one of them happened to be in a place, and that's horrible because I fell off half the time. But also, one of them ended up being in a place where it was within spitting distance of one of the large pigs, so it kept throwing rocks at me and knocking me off and killing me. So yeah, over there is rather difficult because they're tier 2 enemies, or at least tier 2. I don't know how many tiers there are, but yeah, they were significantly harder to deal with. So that was much worse. And there's loads of them up here, and also over here. So yeah, you want to start off in an area that's you want to start somewhere that's reasonably flat, so you can get around before you can fly. You want to start in an area that has a reasonable selection of resources, so iron and copper mostly, limestone and coal as well, ideally. And you want an area where the enemies aren't going to be too tough. So this seems to be quite a good starting point, which makes sense given that this is where you start. If you say, I'm a newbie, I want the easy start, it puts you here. The other thing you can do, as this train is demonstrating, is you can build out as far as you like over the infinite featureless void of nothingness. So my factory starts about here, but it actually comes out to about here. that's the sort of size. I think that's roughly the size of it. It's kind of hard to tell because it doesn't display it very well. I wish this game had a better map system that showed at least showed some sort of showed some sort of marking on the map that showed where you had built stuff. But c'est la vie. Anyway, so yeah, you can, if you just build out the foundation, you can build out forever over the infinite featureless void. So that's quite nice. If you build on the edge, you never run out of space. Now, the radar hinted at providing you with useful views of what you've built. So I'd actually quite like to build a radar before I go. I think that'd be a nice way to finish off. Oh no, you there is, if you press, what is it? I think it's R. That allows you to switch between building modes, and there is a mode called a Zoop, which allows you to build out a 1 by anything up to 10 pieces of foundation in a long straight line in one go. I'll show you that when I get out of this this tube of doom. Yeah, so I'm never satisfied. So I kind of wish that the Zoop would allow you to do in 2 dimensions and allow you to do up to 10 by 10. But you know, that's because I'm fussy and never satisfied. But yeah, you can do. It's a lot quicker to put it down 10 pieces at a time than it is to put it down 1 piece at a time. Can recommend. The other possibility, I suppose, is to make a blueprint of a square chunk of foundation and put that and use that. So let's see. If I come out here, right, fly up here again. So if I select, I use the concrete foundation because it's because I feel that concrete is cheaper somehow. But yeah, if you see where it says build mode, if you press R, you can go between default, zoop, and vertical. I don't know what vertical is, but if you switch it over to, if you go to default, then yes, you put in 1 piece at a time like that, and it's a little bit slow. If you switch it over to zoop mode, then you can do up to 10 in a row in either direction like that. So it just puts the whole lot out in one go, and yeah, that's a little bit easier. So can recommend. Also, if you hold down left control when you're dismantling things, it'll do a mass dismantle, and you can select many things at once, and then press and hold the button, and it deletes them all at once like that, which is also a lot easier. Concrete foundations are something you can buy from the Fix-It shop. The exact same technique works with the iron foundations as well. You can do exactly the same thing with them. I've just been using the concrete ones because concrete feels cheaper than iron, and I usually have more of it. Oh, I'm glad I could help. You're very welcome. The blueprint editor is quite fun as well, although to be honest, it's not big enough. But you can put down a special blueprint designer. If you can fit it in. Oh, I can't afford it. I need some modular frames. But yeah, you can build a thing up to that size in it. Let's get that again. You can build a thing up to that size inside it, and then you can put the whole thing down as one piece. Be aware that it won't join to anything nearby though. So if you use it for the lines won't connect. If you put belts in, the belts won't connect. Even if they're touching, they won't connect, which is a bit annoying. But in theory, you can use it to build some things. So for example, I've made some blueprints that I've got up here. Some of these are better than others. So for example, I've got this. I can just drop that in, and that's 2 assemblers with the inputs and outputs linked up like that. So if I want, if I need a large number of assemblers, I can drop these in, and then yes, I do have to go along and link up all the input and output belts to these modules. But it's quite quick. It's relatively quick and easy to put down a larger number of buildings like that. And also the dismantler has a blueprint mode where it will take out an entire blueprint in one go like that as well, which is quite nice. Oh yeah, the Fix-It shop is worth having. You can get basically most of the stuff you get from it isn't vital, but it's a lot of it's quite nice to have. You need to build this thing, the Destructomatron machine. I forget what it's called. Oh, Awesome Sync. Yes, there we go. And you can get, with that, you can then get these 2 coupons out of it. You feed stuff that you don't want into it, and it'll spit out, and it'll tell you, judge how much it's worth, and give you coupons. You can then come over to you can make the Awesome shop, and you come over to here, and you can spend the your coupons in here. So you can buy signs, for example. That's something I need to do actually. Lights, boxes with different themes on them. The best thing is a conveyor lift floor hole, so you can put these on the floor on a conveyor lift and go through them. And the same with hypertubes as well, although I haven't cared about that quite as much. Can we have conveyor belts hanging from the ceiling? That's quite nice. A pipeline floor hole as well. That could be quite useful. Again, I've not cared too much about that, but you can have them. Power outlets on the walls. I should probably play with those, find out what they're like. Foundations, there's various different types. You can get different shapes. You can get various types of walls. I've not bothered with this particularly. Oh, the conveyor walls are walls that are designed to have conveyor belts go through them. That's quite neat. Oh, windows as well. Yeah, so at some point I'd quite like to go around and turn some of my factories into buildings, because I think they'll look a little bit better like that. And so having conveyor walls and door walls and windows on them would look quite nice, just to make things look a bit better. There's various structural pieces to make your buildings look pretty. So there's loads of stuff in here for prettification. Oh, you can buy different types of foundation material. So I thought, well, this one allows you to make concrete foundations just out of concrete. So I thought, why not? Different types of walls, lovely roof types. Some of these things you have to do bits of research in order to get them first. You can buy a little factory cart, a little Besmobile. Music, presumably. I've not bothered with any of that. And and these are presumably sinks for the various different. For when you've got too many tokens and you don't know what to do with them. So, and a coffee cup you can carry around with you as well if you want. And you can buy ammunition as well. I don't think that's worth it. I'd rather make that from resources, because they're a bit more unlimited. But yeah, there's lots of stuff in here you can buy. Oh, hello, Seelan. Welcome. You get the coupons by dumping stuff into this machine. So this is the awesome sink, and it turns stuff into coupons. So I've got it hooked up to a container here, so I can come along here and go, what have I got in my inventory that I don't want? I don't care about. I care about that. Care about that. I've got quite a lot of concrete. I don't care about this silica, so I can chuck that in there. I don't care about. Well, I've got more plastic than I need. We've got lots of these. I can chuck some of those in there, and then it'll feed those into this machine, which will destroy them. But each thing you put in there will earn you points, and the more valuable the thing is, the more points you get. And I think the more coupons you've acquired, the more points it requires to get the next one. So you can see it's dropping it was dropping quite quickly, but now, because I put in a load of the heavy modular frames, but now it's got silica going in, which is worth a lot less. That's only worth about. It seems to vary between whether it's worth 80 or whether it's worth 100 points, but yeah, you can get the coupons from here, and then you can spend them all over there. Yes, Sealand, the power is now all sorted out. I've now got 36 coal generators, of which about 30 of them are just over 30 of them are running, because there's not quite enough coal over there. And I discovered that in order to get the system up and running again, you have to turn it back. You have to link something in, and then when the power inevitably crashes, you then have to turn the generators back on again, and then that fixes it as if by magic. So yeah, I now have plenty of power, or a decent amount of power available. It's okay. And so my next plan is to. Well, I have two plans to work towards. One of which is to get nuclear power up and running, and the other of which is to get the to get the tier 3 miners, so I can get more coal out of the ground there. I think I'm probably going to do it in that order, which means I'm not going to need to do the second one. But making nuclear power is going to be fairly complicated, I think. So I've been talking a bit about how I'm going to be doing that, but we shall see next time. Yeah, there's quite a lot of stuff in the game. You can even make, if you turn up at Christmas time, you can even make yourself a giant snowman and an even more giant Christmas tree, like that, which is fun. So I did, and also there's these balloon animals that wander around. But you've probably met them. Right, I think that is now okay. That's been about. I think that's a good point to end the stream. So I've waffled on for a little while about all the extra things I've been doing. So I think this is quite a nice time to end. So thank you very much everyone for watching. Now I will be back on Monday with the Factorio K2SE stream as usual, because that's what we do on Mondays. However, after that, there's not going to be any streams for a couple of weeks because I'm going to be going away on holiday. So there'll be almost certainly no Satisfactory stream next week. It's possible because we're not flying out till Thursday morning, so I could possibly fit in a stream, but I think I'm probably going to be too busy packing and stuff. So yeah, let's assume there won't be one then, and if there is, it can be a nice surprise for you all. And so that means then the 2 weeks after that, there won't be any streams either. So there's no Satisfactory, no Factorio for basically 2.5 weeks. The catch-up videos will come out as normal this weekend, so they will appear, and I'm going to try and get a couple of other videos coming out on Thursdays while I'm away. But that's going to depend on how much time I have for actually making videos over the next few days before I disappear. So yeah, that said, please make sure you're subscribed or following or whatever is appropriate for the service you're watching on, so you'll find out when I'm back and when things are starting up again. I will be, of course, the notifications will be appearing on YouTube as they usually do, and on Twitch, however Twitch does it. I've done the Twitch thing where you say is I'm not going to be around for this time, so the notifications won't appear then, but they'll also be appearing on the Discord, and I'll be checking in on the Discord from time to time while I'm away as well, although I'll be a bit quieter than normal because I won't have an actual real keyboard with me, and there's only so much typing I can do on a phone before my hands start to fall off. So yeah, I say things will be a bit quieter than normal around here for the next couple of weeks, but I will be back afterwards, and normal service will be resumed in the 15th of April, I think. So I'll be back, and everything will be happening as normal then. You're very welcome, Paladin. I'm glad I was able to help, and yeah, drag you kicking and screaming out of your cave. And good night, regular, as well. Thank you very much to everyone who's been here. I hope you've enjoyed the stream, and I'll be back on. I'll be back with videos on Friday or Saturday, and back with another stream on Monday. So hope to see you then. Good night, everyone, and good night, Seelan, as well. And thank you. I'm sure it'll be a good time. But yes, I'm very much looking forward to it. Right, I'll see you later. Bye bye.